Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Africa Regional Conference and Exhibition on Education and Skills Development and the Global Education Event on Quantum Science and Technology. It's a pleasure to have you here. You are still strong, day 3, and we are kicking. We thank God for bringing us together, and we pray for journey mercies for our friends who are on their way coming. Before we start today's engagement, I'll humbly plead that we take a minute silence to pray for the departed soul of our Honorable Minister for Science, Environment and Technology, the 17 members who were with him, and also our dear Professor F.K. Alote, that the Lord continue to give them rest as they have journeyed on. Let's take a minute silence. May the soul of Honorable Murtala Muhammad and all the saints who have journeyed on continue to rest till we meet at the resurrection. Amen. So today is an exciting third day. We have wonderful presentations. It's just 5 minutes and our first presenter is going to start. We are also going to have another important activity for the day. Ghanaian Industry Academia Policy. We'll be having a discussion on quantum science and technology. Where are we? We have Dr. Henry Martin from KNUST giving us a lecture on the state of quantum science and technology in Ghana. And we want to see, where do we start as a country? Yes, there are a lot of things happening in the quantum world in Ghana. But how are we unifying ourselves to come forward to see what role is government playing, is industry playing, academia playing, to ensure that Ghana is an active member of this revolution? It wouldn't pass us by. To borrow the words of the late Professor Alote, we missed the first and second industrial revolution. Our men and women are more active in sports and music. How do we channel this energy into science and technology? We will have wonderful discussions and set up a journey. That's the beginning of the journey. How do we bring us all together to have a structured agenda as a country to move forward and in a way extend it to Africa, the Africa region, leading Africa into this session? And then it brings us to what we have all been decorated for. The F.K. Alote lecture, which we will take family introductions, and then Professor John Dudley will give us a lecture on light, the International Day of Light, and the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Our exhibitors will pitch for the last time, and we'll close the program. Thank you very much. I invite Professor Nimela to take over. Thank you.
Good morning, and well, howdy, as they say in Texas. But no. So well, pleasure. We're at day 3, but it's going to be really exciting today, as you already heard. So we have David Hutchison as a quantum physicist and professor at the University of Otago in New Zealand. But importantly, he's the inaugural director of the Dodwell Center for Photonic and Quantum Technologies, which is a government-funded National Center of Research Excellence in New Zealand. And he served really in that role from January 2015 through the end of March 2023. And this is a very important center. It was also very integral to the Year of Light in 2015, and it's also a partner this year with the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. So his research interests are in the area of ultra-cold atomic physics, quantum biology, and underlying mathematics of quantum physics. He's also a chair of the board of the Otago Museum and was department science advisor for New Zealand's Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. So he's won a number of awards. He's a passionate practitioner of education outreach, giving regular talks at schools and community organizations, which I can only recommend for everybody. And he's really been involved all across New Zealand, but not only, also in the Pacific Island nations. So, and he's another passion is the interface between arts and science, and he was involved in the recent Quantum Crossroads event as part of the UNESCO IYQ activities. So he's going to talk to us about cutting-edge research being essential for emerging economies, and the future is in our people. So we're going to show the video, and David's online for questions afterwards. So please go ahead.
Kia ora, and thank you for having me at this global education event on quantum science and technology. It's a pleasure to be here virtually. It would be even better if I was there in person. I'd love to visit, but I guess that's going to have to wait for another time. Okay, so what I'd like to talk about today is, well, the title is Cutting Edge Research is Essential for Emerging Economies. And so really what I'm going to be talking about is, why does New Zealand invest in quantum science and technology, and what is the return on that investment? Why should we be worrying about investment in quantum science and technology when perhaps arguably there are so many other things that we should be investing in? And so New Zealand, well, what's New Zealand's economy? New Zealand's economy is this, okay? It's cows. It's, or to a large extent, it's the primary sector. It's the dairy industry, the sheep industry, and other agricultural sectors. We rely heavily still on the agricultural sector. And so to put that in perspective, there are around about 6.26 million dairy cattle in New Zealand. So there are more cows than there are people. There's about 5 million people in New Zealand, and they produce about 21.1 billion litres of milk, of which 3% is utilised within New Zealand. So about 97% of that dairy production is exported. And the average amount that is received by a farmer for the milk solids that are produced from that milk is around about 7.2 New Zealand dollars per kilogram of milk solids. And the vagaries of Zoom, I now have something in the way. But carrying on, there's a but to this, right? the workhorse for many, many years in the New Zealand economy has been agriculture, but there is an environmental impact of all that agriculture. There's also a limit to how much you can grow that agricultural output. So if we want to maintain the lifestyle that we have in New Zealand, if we want to be a competitive nation in terms of our ability to service all the other things that we want to do, then we have to diversify that economy. And that's even more pertinent when you think how far away we are from our markets. So we're getting about $7 per kilogram of milk solid exporting dairy as exports. Our nearest market is over 2,000 kilometers away. We really are a very isolated nation in the middle of the Pacific. Australia is by far our closest market, but it's certainly not our biggest market. Our larger markets are much further away, and so there's the so-called tyranny of distance. We have to worry about shipping our goods, in this case we're talking about our dairy exports, a very long way in a global supply chain. And so with people becoming more and more conscious of food miles and those costs and associated environmental costs with export, then diversification of our economy becomes incredibly important. But I'm not originally from New Zealand. I grew up in the United Kingdom. I'm British, and so why did I move to New Zealand? And so, well, there are a number of reasons why I moved to New Zealand, and I was a lot younger. It was 25 years ago, almost exactly, that I moved to New Zealand, and there were other things that I enjoyed about New Zealand, which probably drove a lot of my interest in being based here in New Zealand. And it's a beautiful place. The neighbors are very friendly and lovely. So here we have some seals on rocks near Tairoa Head, near Dunedin, where I live. Here's some sea lions nearby as well. So the wildlife is fantastic. The scenery is amazing. It really is a wonderful place to live, and it puts on some quite incredible light shows. These are my kids enjoying an aurora at a beach last year. So these were compelling reasons for moving to New Zealand. And so we should never underestimate the things that we have that are able to attract people. But one of the other reasons that I moved to New Zealand was because of this man. This man is, or was, Dan Walls. So Dan was a student of Roy Glauber. He was one of the leaders in the development of quantum optics, and especially ideas around squeezed light. And so, unlike many people who go away, the diaspora of New Zealand, people like Rutherford, Marsden, Dan Walls came back to New Zealand after finishing his PhD at Harvard with Roy, and he ended up at the University of Waikato, and then later at the University of Auckland. And while he was at Waikato, he set up a number of schools in quantum science in New Zealand that attracted some of the great and the good from all across the world. And so this is one photo from, I think from the 1980s, of one of these symposia held at Waikato. So this was Quantum Optics 4. The other person who was key in this is pictured in the top left as an inset, so he wasn't actually in this photo, but was Crispin Gardner, who also joined Dan at the University of Waikato. In the bottom right-hand corner there, second from the right in the front row, is actually, I think there is Peter Zoller, so who've been known to many people as well as of one of the leading quantum opticians. And I think there may even be Gert Leutz in the middle there somewhere. But and so these people came from all over the world to come to these workshops that were organized by Dan and Crispin, and it really established a school of quantum optics in New Zealand. And so Dan and Crispin, and also experimentalist John Harvey, who's pictured in the front, Dan right in the middle in his lovely white suit there, John is two to the right of him, John Harvey. Together they established this school of laser physics and quantum optics in New Zealand, which really educated several generations of quantum opticians who then went on to be leading lights across not just New Zealand, but Australia and also the wider world. So I guess the takeaway message of that is my key first message, that people are important. So there were these few people, and in particular Dan Walls, who brought science to New Zealand and then educated people, trained people in New Zealand, and made New Zealand a place where quantum optics was done and a place where people went to go and do quantum optics. And so I met Dan in about 1997, 1998, I think, and he invited me to New Zealand. I went and visited him, spent some time here in New Zealand, had an absolutely fantastic time. And then when my contract where I was finished, I moved to New Zealand permanently. So it's the influence of a few key people that can attract more people to a country, retain people in the country, and then develop those skills that are needed to drive something forward in that country. And so that brings us on to the Dodd Walls Center. The Walls in that title, the Dodd Walls Center for Photonic and Quantum Technologies, honors Dan. Dan sadly died in 1999, very early in his 50s, just before I actually moved permanently to New Zealand. And so one of the things that we were able to build upon was his legacy of quantum optics and quantum science in New Zealand. And we were able to actually convince the New Zealand government that we had such strength in quantum physics in New Zealand that we were able to establish a so-called Center of Research Excellence in New Zealand in 2015 that really took that legacy, took the people involved in that center, and tried to harness what we had developed in terms of quantum science in New Zealand into something bigger than the sum of the parts, so that we could really try and achieve something rather special in New Zealand in quantum science. And all of the time, the idea is that diversification of economy, the growth of the economy in the high-value manufacturing sector. And so this is actually a slide taken from my original pitch in 2013 when we were trying to get the money to develop the Dodd Walls Center. And so pictured in this are a couple of devices made by Southern Photonics. And so Southern Photonics was a company that was spun out by John Harvey, the guy that we saw earlier, and it made lasers. So the top item there is a fiber laser that is manufactured, or was manufactured then, by Southern Photonics and retailed for around about $10,000 a kilogram. So it sold for about $20,000. It was a couple of kilograms. And so sold for about $10,000 a kilogram. The second item there was actually a system analyzer that was constructed and sold by, well, then it was still part of Southern Photonics, but went on to become a new company, which was Coherent, which later on went on to become a company, Quantify Photonics. And so this was about 5 kilograms, sold for about $100,000, so worked out around $20,000 per kilogram. Now, if you compare that to the $7 per kilogram of milk solids, you're obviously getting a lot more money per kilogram, and in fact, it's nearly worth its weight in gold. The retail, or the price of gold at the time, was around about $40,000 a kilogram. So we're up to around about the same order of magnitude as literally being worth your weight in gold. And at this point, that tyranny of distance has gone away, and you don't need that many high value manufacturing companies to actually start making a real difference to your economy. So, for example, the largest physical sciences based company in New Zealand is Fisher & Paykel Healthcare, and so they're one of New Zealand's most successful companies, and now are growing and doubling their size approximately every 7 years. So they build humidity controlled environments for the medical industry, and so they're very specialist, very niche, but they sell to hospitals all over the world, and so have that specialist technology which is developed and provides an anchor in that high value manufacturing sector. So the Dobb Walsh Centre was established as a centre of research excellence in New Zealand in 2015, as I say, and by 2020, when we were rebidding again, I put together some numbers on where the centre sat. We had 56 principal or associate investigators associated with the centre, 37 additional research staff, and around 120 graduate students at any one time in the centre. At that stage, we published 170 papers in 2020. We had an additional $10 million of external research income that was generated in 2020, and we had 3 new patents, 2 patent applications in process, and another 9 new invention disclosures in 2020, which ultimately go on to lead on to those sorts of developments that ended in companies like Quantify. And so by the time I stepped down as director of the Dobb Walsh Centre in 2023, we had graduated over 200 PhD students, approximately half of whom remained in New Zealand, adding to the New Zealand economy, not just through being involved in physics, although some of them have gone on to companies like OpenStar, which is a new fusion company in New Zealand working on a levitating dipole reactor, through to Rocket Labs, which is a launch facility and puts satellites into space out of New Zealand now. But they've also gone on to a variety of many varied different jobs, but everywhere they go, they lead to innovation. So my next point, I suppose, is really that it doesn't in some ways matter what the research is. As long as the research you're doing is world class, it makes people want to be involved, be engaged. It makes people want to stay. Then you retain the best and brightest of your people rather than have them go overseas. And so I again think it's that element of engaging people that is absolutely imperative. Just to round out the Quantify story then, as I say, my second key message is people are important. But just to round out that Quantify story, Quantify was recently, earlier this year, acquired by Teradyne, a NASDAQ-listed company in the United States, for an undisclosed sum. And so you'll see that my original pitch that had that Quantify equipment in it, selling at $10,000 a kilogram, well, that 10, 12 years later is the overnight success that was reported when that company was acquired by Teradyne. And of course, is that a success if the company goes overseas? Well, the research elements of Quantify and the production elements associated with Quantify still at the moment remain in New Zealand. And so I'm very confident that this will lead to just future growth in the photonic sector there. And so this just grows our capacity, grows the ecosystem in New Zealand, and again, allows us to concentrate on the things that we want to do through things like the Dobb Walsh Centre, which is not just train people, not just do research, but build career pathways for those people to remain within the country. And so the injection of extra capital from Teradyne into the photonics sector through the acquisition of Quantified Photonics only adds to the growth of that ecosystem, adds to the growth of possibility for our students and for our people, and hence that is what will grow the next string to the bow, if you like, of the New Zealand economy. And so that's essentially what we're trying to drive. And so I want to go back and just reflect on the agricultural sector for New Zealand. Again, I've mentioned the tyranny of distance, how far we are from our markets, but what allowed New Zealand to actually become an export economy based upon the agricultural sector was originally the sheep industry, the lamb, it was based on the wool industry. And so we sold wool mainly to the United Kingdom, and the meat associated with that was a bit of a byproduct of the wool industry. Now, in 1882, this ship, the SS Dunedin, was retrofitted with steam-powered refrigeration units. So it's still a sailing ship, but you can see the smokestack in the middle of that ship. And so this was steam-powered refrigeration, which allowed this ship, the SS Dunedin, to be the first ship to sail with frozen meat to the other side of the world. So it sailed from Dunedin, from Port Chalmers, the port in Dunedin, in 1882 to London. And so that trip obviously has to cross the equator to get from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. No ship had ever been able to take a shipment of frozen meat and cross the equator previously. There had been some shipments of meat from Canada to London, but they'd all gone through high latitudes, keeping the meat on ice during that period of time. So this was a huge success, and in the intervening 20 years, the turning of that byproduct from the wool industry into a viable export food product for the burgeoning cities in London after the Industrial Revolution, then that completely transformed New Zealand's economy. And it actually took New Zealand from a barely viable colony to a thriving nation with a GDP per head of population that I think was near, if not the highest, then very near the highest in the world by the end of the 19th century. And so that physical sciences, the refrigeration based upon steam power, was absolutely transformative in New Zealand's economy. And it only came some 50 to 60 years after, for example, Carnot's reflections on the motive power of fire, or Kelvin, the other person pictured here, or his work on temperature and thermodynamics. And so what I'm trying to say with this is that you don't have to be the inventors of technology. You don't have to be the people who come up with all the technology. But what you do have to have are people, in this case, the engineers, the people who understood how to put together the refrigeration based on steam. That you have to have that expertise, and you have to have that ability to take up the technology. And that's exactly where we are at the moment, I think, with quantum technologies. We're in a situation where it's absolutely imperative that we train people, we expose people to research so that they understand the technology, and we train a cohort of people in our nations so that they can actually utilize the changes that are coming, that understand the new technology, understand where it can be applied, and then ensure that the benefit is captured and also the risks are avoided. So, for example, in New Zealand, we have, if you take Fisher & Paykel Healthcare that I mentioned earlier, they have design expertise that allows them to stay ahead of their field. But with coming machine learning, AI, improved design, improved potential through quantum technologies to actually improve design, maybe there's a risk to that company that they may be outstripped by another company that adopts quantum technology, quantum information processing in the relatively near future. There are, of course, other opportunities as well around drug design or other elements that could be developed in economies, and so being able to spot where those opportunities are and tailor those niches to your own individual country is absolutely imperative, I think. And so I'll come back to that idea that the absolute critical thing is not necessarily the research you're doing, but it's engaging people, making people want to learn, ensuring that you have people coming through your systems that understand the technology and are able to take up that technology for the future and utilize the opportunities that do arise for the benefit of your nation. And so that brings me to my last point. Something that I'm very proud of with the Dob Wall Center is that we educate a vast number of people, and we're engaged in education outreach across the Motu, across the country, also across the Pacific. And that is not just at a university level, it's not just at high school level, it's through every age group, through primary schools right down into here is some outreach that we were doing with a community kindergarten in Dunedin. And so the thing that's enabled us to do that is by a strong engagement with professional providers in that context, which in our case is partnership with centers of informal learning such as museums. And so we utilize that partnership to ensure that we're out and engaging people from the youngest ages to try and motivate their interest in science. So having outstanding science, having good research projects that attract people, make people want to stay, make people engaged, make people excited about the science we're doing. We keep the people in science, and then we can grow our scientifically literate population who can then grasp the opportunities as they arise, as things are developed overseas or within our own nations, and make sure that we can compete on a global scale. And one of the key things, I'm involved in some work with the OECD on future governance for quantum technologies. And one of the last things we want to see is an exacerbation of the digital divide in the world. And so to ensure that we have every capability to enjoy in the fruits of future technologies in quantum, we have to make sure that we're training the right people and that we're keeping our people in the country and giving them opportunities to thrive and make the best out of these technologies. So on that, I will end with my third key message: people are important. And so there's a Maori of the indigenous population to New Zealand, a Maori whakatauki, which is an expression or a proverb, and it's he aha te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people, it is people, it is people. So I thank you for listening. Light matters. For New Zealand, it was a bit of a tagline that we had. It's not light as in unimportant. But light has been an important element. Starting when we started in 2015 for the International Year of Light, it's wonderful to join you in this fantastic event celebrating the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Thank you for the invitation to talk to you, and I will try and stop there and stop my recording, and hopefully you will have everything from there. So, thank you once.
Thank you very much, David. That was really wonderful. It really echoed a lot of things, but I think you, in your one talk, you put together all the key points that really we need to do. Have you considered moving to Ghana? I think everybody.
I'd love to. Yeah.
I think everybody would. Yeah. Oh, great. No, it's a very good.
Why didn't you invite me to come and be there in person? I should have come.
Well, I did, but it was a little bit late. But we'll get you next time. No, at any rate.
I'd love to come and visit.
Yeah, no, it would be great to come. Well, we'll provide another opportunity. So, and I'm glad you mentioned that you're going down to kindergarten, because that's, I was saying that Giorgio Parisi also was advocating going all the way down to kindergarten, maybe even before, and you actually put a nice point on it. So we'll take a couple questions here. Anybody who's got a question? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I was just intrigued about the slide with the New Zealand, the money you spent and you were able to convince the New Zealand government to build a center. The question is, how are you able to convince the government to build a center with all that amount of money?
The key thing was we already had a history, and so we were able to actually point to the fact that we already, as a nation, punched above our weight. So we had the legacy of Dan Walls, Crispin Gardner, and so forth, and we were able to point to the people around the country that were already doing things in this area, and then we were able to suggest how we could take that forward into economic benefit, and the government took a punt on us, I guess. They actually believed us, and they realized that internationally there was a high respect for New Zealand. New Zealand clearly had this ability, and they believed that we could turn that into economic success. And over the next 10 years, we actually generated a number of companies, and we actually generated some economic return on that. We were also generating research income through other agencies where we were clearly showing that we were leading researchers in the country. And so you need that sort of kernel around which to base something. And again, it comes back to, hey tangata, hey tangata, hey tangata, it's people, right? You need to actually find a kernel of people that you can build something around and then grow something. And, ultimately governments want to see return on investment. And so you have to make the investment case. That's as far as I can see, the only time you actually have success is when you can say there's going to be a return on investment here. You're not putting money into the National Ballet, right? This is not the things that it's nice to have as an economy. These are the things that are going to grow the economy and allow you to do other things. That's the key argument.
Right, and I think there is a figure for the return on investment on average around the world, right? I mean, it's every dollar put in or euro produces something else a little bit bigger for the economy.
Absolutely, like that. But that's true. Like I'm the director, I'm the chair of the board of a museum, and we make the same arguments around the investment in the museum. It returns in terms of our local economy through tourism, but like everyone's going to be making the same arguments. But what you want to be making the argument around is your export economy, and it's the high value elements of your export economy that you have to drive. Like that's what's going to actually change the bottom line for your government, and that's what ultimately they want to invest in.
Great. Okay, we got another question, and this is the last one because.
Good morning, and thank you for your talk. Very insightful. So my question is centered about the people aspect. So considering the fact that, the saying you said, it's the people, right? And Australia is a diverse country with a very rich demographic of people. For example, you mentioned the Maori people and all that stuff. So my question is kind of about how you see engaging people from specific social, cultural contexts in a manner that will pique their interest in quantum technology, for instance. Not necessarily applying maybe a one-size-fits-all, and I'm sure maybe you may have already addressed it in your slides, if I'm not mistaken, but, you know, kind of looking at educating the people to pique their interest in a manner that you think is relevant to their context. I don't know if that is in the pipeline, or, you know, if it's something that you're considering or have considered in the past. So I would like to learn more about how maybe you are approaching that.
That's a really good point. If Joe's going to give me a long enough time, I'm going to have a little anecdote here.
Okay.
I went on sabbatical leave to Paris to work with a friend, Ivan Castan. Ivan is a very formal French mathematical physicist, and I'm like my supervisor was a student of Phil Anderson. I grew up in a very sort of model-based sort of like, how does this work? Like, let's form a sort of picture and we'll fiddle with it and then we'll form the mathematics afterwards. Whereas Ivan was a really formal French, I'll write down the mathematics and deal with this. And so I went to work with him because it was a very different way of doing physics, and I really enjoyed learning from him, and it was a very deliberate thing on my behalf to go and learn from him. And my point is that if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? And when I look at the people across New Zealand that I work with in terms of the Maori population or anyone else, like, I would like to bring their perspective to looking at a physics problem before I've indoctrinated them with my way of doing physics. And I think that's one of the things that's really important, is that we embrace the perspectives of everyone so they can bring how they view a problem to science, and otherwise we're sort of cutting out a whole way of looking at science. And so there's lots of opportunities there to embrace different cultures, different ways of looking at things, different pasts. And that's a particular thing that we're facing in New Zealand, with understanding Mataranga Māori, which is Māori indigenous knowledge, and how that can actually be influential within the science that we do. And Australia, which is a very different country, by the way, but Australia is going through the same sort of processes with its indigenous knowledge and relationships with indigenous populations at the moment. So there's a whole bunch of things that we have to deal with there, but I think there is a whole precedent there, I think, actually from our own interactions across cultures. The way of doing physics in Russia, France, the United Kingdom was all very different, and we all actually can learn very, very different things from each other. One of my heroes was Freeman Dyson, who took the work of Julian Schwinger and Richard Feynman and showed that they were actually formally equivalent, even though that they're very, very different approaches to doing physics. So, you know, like there are all of these wonderful opportunities to do physics in different ways, and I think that's something that we should embrace, enhance, and look for in different cultures.
Okay, well, let's thank David again for a really wonderful talk. Thank you, David.
You're all right. Thank you.
Thanks for staying up. Okay. All right. So next, where's Henry? He's somewhere around. Okay, so Henry Martin is, you all know Henry, but anyway, he's from Canoost department, a lecturer in the Department of Physics, and coordinates mathematical and computational physics unit. He's actually been to Rome Sapienza, so he probably is missing Italian pizza quite a bit. But his research focuses on digital twin approaches to real-world problems through multi-physics modeling, machine learning, and statistical analysis. So it really spans many areas: water systems, aerodynamics, renewable energy, and materials science. So he's going to talk about the state of quantum science and technology in Ghana, addressing the quantum divide and ensuring inclusiveness for all through the SDGs. So, Henry. You get that.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe. And I would like to first of all thank the organizers for making this possible, and as well thank all the MCP units and all the international collaborators that made this possible as well. So I'm going to try my best. What I'm supposed to do is to tell a story, but as academic as well, we always give presentations, so I'll try to combine the two. The only thing is that I'm not sure the 30 minutes is enough because there's a lot going on, but I'll try my best. All right, so I'm Henry Martin, just as Joe said, and I'm from KNUST with the Mathematical and Computational Physics unit, and I'm here to deliver the state of quantum science and technology to address the quantum divide and then promote the inclusiveness. Okay, so quantum basically we have known as a pivotal course in physics programs and in most of the specialized programs in mathematics, as well as of chemistry, computer science, and engineering have been taking some of these courses. And in quantum mechanics, we have been taught certain concepts like what we know as the many-body problems. And these many-body problems have been solved approximately using some kind of techniques. And these techniques basically are in the form of Hartree-Fock's density functional theory and so on and so forth. But more of it now is looking at some other concept, which is superposition and then entanglement and others. This then has led to the quantum science and technology, with then we have the quantum computing, which looked at the development of algorithms, and then we look at software and then hardware. We have the quantum communication, which then look at the ensuring of network channels through encryptions and all of that. We have quantum sensing and meteorology that then looks at the measurement and controls. We have the quantum material and so on and so forth. I believe yesterday, most of you heard a lot about that. Now, in the global landscape, there has been a lot that is going on in terms of the improvement and in terms of development. And we have seen across the continent that in Europe and in Asia, they have been, first of all, been able to build quantum research centers. A typical one, which we already know, is the center in Canada, where they have Parameter Institute, Waterloo, and so on and so forth. They have also been able to come up with startup or companies that are bringing in development in these regards. And we have so many of them, like IBM, we have Unitary Fund, we have IQM, and so on and so forth. They have also been able, continentally and nationwide, come out with national strategies that they intend to employ, that in this number of years, this is what they intend to achieve going forth. But the story in terms of Africa is far, far different from that of the global world. And so in Africa, what are we looking at now? For some time now, I think just about a month ago, the African continent community met in South Africa and decided to come together and try to build this kind of alliance, which is called the African Quantum Alliance, for short, Africa. And their idea is to get everyone in Africa together so that they will be able to realize how to push forth the quantum development in Africa. again, in our brothers in the diaspora, has also been able to form what we call as the African Quantum Consortium, which is a very vibrant group, and they are trying to push for the advocacy of development of quantum in Africa. Notwithstanding these two groups that have been able to push these frontiers for Africa to realize its fate, South Africa, on the other hand, has done so well. As we speak, I mean, in the past 15 years, they've had several conferences, they've had several breakthroughs. They have a couple of centers, a couple of quantum centers. They have also been able to come up with their quantum science and technology strategy. And they are working in quantum computing, they're working in quantum optics, and so on and so forth. Our other friends in Tunisia, they also have quantum centers. They've been able to come together as a people, as a network, and they are also working in quantum computing and so on and so forth. Morocco, on the other hand, don't have a center yet. They are doing some research, which is in the quantum key distribution. They're looking at some kind of quantum optics as well. And Egypt, they have a bit of research ongoing in quantum computing and quantum key distribution, but they are yet to start up some master's program in this regards. Now, the big question I believe we are all waiting for is Ghana. What is the state of Ghana? Where have we gone to, and where do we find our feet in now? Now, before I go to Ghana, I would like to just say something briefly to clear the air, that most of the African countries, or most of us here, are really into the classical simulation of quantum systems, where we are using some machines to now determine, like I said earlier on, in terms of the Hartree-Fock, DFT, and so on and so forth. Now, this we do in using the CHPC in South Africa, which you can see the map there, green, and then the slash red and blue are the countries that are involved in using these CHPC resources. And Ghana, as you see there, is the only West African country that is involved in this. But again, like I said, this is in the classical simulation for quantum systems. Now, even though we are part of it, we see that we are having about 33% of the programs that are using these resources. With the 33% of programs, you can see on the underhand side that we are having more than 50% usage across all this. And so it means that Ghana in itself is doing a lot of work when it comes to this classical simulation of quantum systems. And for this nodes, they have about 100 nodes. You can see at the top there that is at every time t, it is fully used. Apart from that peaks that drops, which are due to maintenance and all of that. And so this actually gives some kind of a queuing in terms of the job that we use. Now, Ghana in itself has about 16 traditional universities in the country. We have about 10 private technical universities and about 24 chartered private universities. Among these, we are having 6 main universities that are involved in some activities, both in the classical simulations and that of the quantum simulations. Now, I would like to start with the University of Ghana. And the University of Ghana, at the Maths Department, we have a group doing something in quantum gravity. And then at the Physics Department, they're also looking at the classical simulation of quantum systems. Now, in the University of Development Studies and that of CKT Kandam in Applied Technology, they are also looking at the same thing in terms of the classical simulation of these quantum systems. When we come to University of Energy and Natural Resources, the Computer Science Department, they have a group there looking at quantum machine learning to understand the stock exchange, that is the finance systems. I'll go deeper into those opportunities for us to understand them now. Now, in UCC, the physics department in 1992, Professor Alote here was able to establish them a photonics lab. And so they have been dealing with photonics since 1992. You can see that. They have started something all the way since 1992. And that is their LAFOC lab. And recently, I think in 2023, they had accreditation, which they established the the computational thinking lab. This is a lab with about 20 nodes of computers to do classical simulations again. And then we come to KNUST. In KNUST, we have several things ongoing there. So we have the engineering department, which in recent days, they have started some training in having to go into quantum telecommunication in terms of having to look at the encryption. We have the chemistry department that looks into computational chemistry. And it was set up in 2010, the quantum chemistry lab in 2010. And so they too have been doing something for quite a number of time here. The maths department, as of last year, started looking also into quantum algorithms that they will also use to understand our markets, that is our financial sectors here in Ghana. When we come to the physics department, I'd like to thank some people here, that is Robert. I think about 2023, they start to have some frontiers in light, and these have been able to generate some discussion, and they are about building the photonics lab in KNUST to look into characterization of materials. Then we have the mathematical and computational physics, which I'll dwell more in later to let you see how a pipeline can be developed. Now, this discussion that I have done here follows these decisions, which then you can see is an onion diagram, and then the first one tells you the level or the intensity into which we are undertaking some development in this area. The first one, which has to do with quantum experiment or quantum technology, is the main reason why you see that as the very least is that there's very limited experimental infrastructure, either to even start it up or to even maintain it going forward. And because of also the cost, and that brings me to the question I was asking the earlier presenter about how they are able to convince their government to do that. And so we as a country, we fall short very well in that area. But the second one, which has to do with the quantum computation, is an interest that is really booming up in these recent times, where we see most of our young men trying to go into quantum algorithm and trying to go into quantum machine learning. And that comes to the third one, which is the classical simulations, as I mentioned, is very, very intensive across the whole countries. In fact, if you look at the universities, as I mentioned, all the 6 universities, there is some form of classical simulation of quantum mechanics. And in terms of the theory, all physics programs, undergraduate levels, postgraduate program, does some physics. And in some mathematics department and chemistry and engineering, they do some kind of quantum mechanics. And so that is very wide across the nation. Now, so where do we stand, which is the reality check for us here? Do we have a center? Do we have a startup and all of that? And so with the brief thing I've said so far, we can say that, well, we don't have a national quantum strategy yet. But I believe, just as the presenter said, we have to get the people together. It's about the people. People are important, just as he said. And so bringing the people together, we may get there. Again, he said about the center, and that was why I was asking the question. So that before I come here, I think you know the answer to all the questions I'm asking here now. Okay, so yes. So we don't have a center yet. We are already teaching quantum mechanics in all our programs. We don't have any setups yet or companies that are into, but yes, we can make them happen, and I'll show them as I move on. In terms of research, I've told you about 80% is into the classical simulations. There are a few doing some quantum algorithms and quantum machine learning. And so Ghana as a country, and we as a people, this clearly shows the divide that we have with the global landscape, and then the divide that we have even among us in terms of our African country as well. And so we have to find a way as scientists to be able to solve a problem. As scientists, we look for a problem and then we solve the problem. That is what we are trained to do. And so the problem in having to solve is what we're looking at is as a big idea. And the big idea is for us to have a national quantum science and technology strategy. And we believe that this is a startup that most people are here discussing and trying to bring up something that this can be able to go on. And in doing that, we should be able to have cluster of center of excellence, which we call in the ARC-EDS. And so we think that this is possible, and this is possible through an educational and research pipeline that we ourselves have undergone through it as a means which I intend to show you using the mathematical and computational physics unit model. And so in showing that, I'll start to tell you that we started this in 2020 by having an accreditation from GTech with the physics department and KNUST. And the whole idea is for us to be able to build capacity. But as we all know, and across the whole of this week, there have been a lot of problems or a lot of challenges why this is not possible. And so what are the challenges? And we have the institutional, we have the student-owned challenge, we have the government and the industry. Of course, we as the institutes or the institutions, we face challenges as funding. The critical part is to fund. How do we fund everything we do in the university, including our resources? Lab is not, we are unable to fund the lab because of the equipment. We are able to fund the personnel, to get a lot of personnel to come and teach or to undertake research. And getting a lot of personnel then will mean that the workload in having to teach will have to reduce. But then we do not have that as well. And then on the student side, when you move back down to the senior high secondary school, it's rather unfortunately I'm not here this morning, but if you go to the senior secondary school and you ask the student, how many of you were even given the opportunity to come to KNUST to read physics? I tell you, you can get 1 out of 100. In fact, we have done that severally, and I'll show you, we moved to schools to have an outreach on that. And so that is also a problem. And in the other side as well, in most of our education levels, from the senior high school to the university undergraduate and then postgraduate, the transitions, how do we deal with this student? How do we get them to really do something? And then the funding for the student. Most of our students, and I believe everybody here is already aware, that most of our master students are working. And so the question now is if you are working, which is a full-time, and also undertaking your master's degree, do you have a lot of time to concentrate on research that can yield something out? These students have to work because they have to pay for their tuition fees, they have to look for their accommodation, and so on and so forth. And then the job market, which then is connected with the government and then the industry. The student then finish the physics course, maybe quantum, and then he gets employed where? Nowhere. Because there's no connection with the industry and the academia, so that we can be able to bring something out. But these are challenges. Scientists, again, we are supposed to solve challenges. And so that is where we start as our footstone in having to solve this challenge. And so how do we solve this challenge? First of all, we decided to move to the high schools to do an outreach program. We decided to do an open day program for the high schools even to visit us in the school, in our university, so that they see what we have, and then they can liken it to everything they do, and then appreciate what we are doing in the university. And so that is where we started in having to resolve the interest of the student. Then in how to do the transitions, we have a collaboration with some of the partners that we can have transitions. You finish your bachelor's, you can be able to take some online courses, you can be able to take some residence courses together with our partners, just that it brings you to the level of the graduate program that you wish to undertake. And this we're doing with Parameter Institutes. And then in terms of how do we go by the funding, or how do we go by the resources? This I remember in 2020 when the GTech committee came around to us. They were like, are you sure you can run this program? How do you intend to fund the student? Because you want a full-time student. Then we were like, well, we have a model, and the model is for us to be able to have an exchange program. And this we started with University of L'Aquila. They gave us an MOU, we signed an MOU and all of that. And so that was presented. and we have exchange students with our partners. And in this time around, we have partners, they spend some time here, they spend some time there. And so sometimes we have an online, they teach them online, and so on and so forth. This is able to handle the challenges that we foresaw earlier. Then in having to link with the industry, the concept was that if you have students and you are training the student, sometimes it's difficult getting the funding from an international partner to do what you have to do that is pertaining to the social needs. But the only reason you can do that is when you get in touch with the companies and then you bring out the problem which the international partners have an idea about. And so I'll brief more about that when I get to the centers. Now, in doing all of this, we need to be able to set up conferences and workshops like this. Conferences and workshops that can be able to fund students from other regions, not just in Accra. I mean, if we have funding, students can come over from the north, from Kumasi, then they can be able to attend the funding, have discussions to see their reality. This we started way back in 2021 with One Quantum Ghana. I believe most of you have not heard of that. But One Quantum Ghana, we started this in 2021. And then in 2023, we went on to do the Quantum Akwaba. That was the first Quantum Akwaba we had, which was hybrid, in person and then online. And then we move on to some online other ones. There are other ones that the team is actually planning on. At the appropriate time, I believe most of you will be sent an invitation to join this conference. It's for us to harmonize and think about the country in moving forward with the country. Now, the vision for the big idea stands in terms of what we call the ARC-EDS, as I mentioned earlier. This is the team things that in having to undergo in the route of quantum science and technology, we may be able to segregate in terms of the onion diagram, where we saw the weaknesses. And so with the weaknesses, we can be able to segregate it into three parts. The three part having to deal with the mathematical, which we have to do some formulations for our algorithms. And the other part has to do with the computation, and the other part also has to do with what? The experimentation. These together, we're proposing the three centers for Ghana in the sense that, well, one center is already established, which is the AIMS Ghana. Their mandate is to come out with mathematical formulations, and that they are already doing well in that. And so what we are really left with is to look at our computational and look at our experimental. What are we doing or what can we do? And so we have the CALC Ghana, which is just Center for Applied Computation. That is the CALC Ghana, looking at all the simulation of these classical systems, including quantum system, algorithms, and so on and so forth. Where the ARC-EDS Ghana deals with the experimentation, the hands-ons. Because one, you cannot do computation without understanding the experiment. I mean, physicists, we always start from going to the lab. In our university, you do 2 years of lab work because you need to understand the fundamental physical phenomenon before you can do anything else. Other than that, it becomes like a black box. And so these are the three centers that we believe can be done. And the centers follows the pipeline which I described, or the model that I described that was centered on the MCP, because then there are challenges. We cannot sweep away the challenges that we have out in Ghana. We need to find a way to solve it. Others have done it. There is a plan to do it. So we can use the same way. We have the early identification of the students by going to the SHS, improve their interest. We have the integration of the NSS by having some transition plans and all of that. And then we have the funded MPhils and PhDs, so that with your exchange programs, I mean, there are so many international collaborations. Yesterday, you heard from Imperial College. They are willing to collaborate with all of us here in Ghana. This is a way for us to have exchange programs across. And then to have postdocs. Postdocs, in most of us, we know that in our governance settings, we cannot have employment from PhD straight away. Sometimes it takes a year, sometimes it takes 2 years before the government approves. I finished my PhD. Do you have to wait for the government? You need to be engaged in doing something. Some of us had the ability to travel outside the country to go and do something before employment comes. we can still employ the people here in our centers to do research work for the country, for the society, as postdocs. And that can be one of the opportunities. This can lead into what we have as the research base, the relevance of our research, what we can do. And that turns out to train more people for both the academia and that of what? The industry. Yearning to bring up the startups and the companies that the other global companies are already having. And that is the pipeline for that. And this can come out with any particular organogram where we can have the stakeholders in terms of CSR, GAEC, and all of that being part of the chain in the sense that we have the ARC-EDS with their 3 main centers and the universities. Already, every university in Ghana is undertaking some kind of research, either classical or quantum, but they may have to fall in certain aspect of these centers because you cannot rule away the university research out automatically because every researcher or every professor is employed to teach and also do research. It's part of it. And so as the centers, we have to be able to bring the people together. We have to be able to get everybody together to be under some specific center, to have to communicate, to know what they are doing. Then there's a plan, either biennial plan, 5 years plan for the country doing something which is related in this thing that we look at. One thing I always have to look at as well is it possible? I don't know why centers should be able to teach an undergraduate program or teach a master's program. As far as I know, in most of the world, the centers are created for the research-based. And so, as I put a note there, centers are not supposed to be a taught master's program, but intensive research-based to see the development of the country. This can be discussions that can start in terms of having to solve our issues in quantum science and technology. And so then brings us to our strengths, our weakness, and all of that, and the main goals, which falls under this, this diagram here in terms of training more people, training more staffs, getting them to do something, becomes a cycle, coming back to the university, coming back to the industry, and then bringing up a lot of startup. Many people say that in other countries, the PhDs and all of that are going into companies because they have been able to raise a lot of people. And there are a lot of people who have a lot of knowledge to set up their own company and then be able to bring in improvement. And then the economy goes up. And so that is the cycle. And so if we are able to follow these forms, we'll be able to look at something. And we believe that, again, in 10 years, in 2035, that is to say in 10 years from now, we should be able to raise more people for the country. Because we started this in 2021, we had accreditation with just 2 students, 1 PhD. Now those 2 students are done, they are coming to do their PhD, their PhD will be completing soon. And so that is to say that is about 4 years now, next year is 5 years. And so to do a calculation and postulate in 10 years, if you take in more students, more than 2 or 5, you could have a lot of students, and this would be able to come back as generating economy for the country. Again, the speaker said, the relevance, the economic benefit that the country can have. And that was why I posed that initial question, for us to all to have our solution. Some may say, how do we get this relevance done? How do we prove to the government that classical simulation of quantum systems or quantum system is important? What can it do? There are so many aspects that are ongoing in some of the universities, as I mentioned, and also in KNUST. Quantum finance is there, as I've mentioned. Some people are already doing it. Drug design in chemistry, they have been doing that for some time now, for pharmacy and healthcare. We have water. We ourselves in the physics department, we're looking at some things in water. And I'll show you how this is being done. For the quantum finance, I can speak of what UNER is doing and what they are doing in KNUST by Maths department, trying to understand the stock exchange, trying to understand our financial markets, to come out with algorithms, which then based on quantum optimization, optimizing the chain that works. So that is one key simple thing that we as Ghanaians would be able to do using quantum to do. And the other ones are also there that in the future we can be able to look at. And when it comes to water, as I mentioned, in KNUST we're looking at this in terms of the digital twin, trying to monitor our water. Yesterday the lady spoke here about contamination, and it is general in Africa. We have contamination based on agrochemicals because of pesticides. We have contamination because of unused. I take my paracetamol, some is left, I just put it in the dustbin. It goes back to the gutters. Contamination is there. We have contamination based on liquid waste. We have contamination. And so the cycle of our water, there's contamination. Treating it is real time. How does quantum come into all of this? We have other ways. We're looking at quantum modeling of water in terms of using the treatment. We can develop crystal porous materials and having to look at the treatment. We can look at the quantum optimization. The whole water chain system can be optimized in using quantum. Quantum sensing and meteorology. One of our students will be visiting Germany in October in a research University of Bonn under the quantum meteorology. And these are some of the things that we can look. Yesterday, someone mentioned that, is there possible we can have a lab? Yes, that is one of the things we are also looking at. Developing an online lab so that you can be able to have all the optics that you can do. And it is also one of the things that we're having with the University of Bonn to develop some kind of techniques around that. And so this is with the chemistry, which they are looking into the drug and healthcare delivery. And all of this fit into the SDGs that we have been discussing all this while. We look at SDG 4, 8, 9, and so many of them. Partnership, healthcare, water, they all fit right into the discussion. I'll end my story here. I believe my time is far gone, but I think I have done some storytelling. And so, yes, we are not there yet, but we can get there. Together, if we can all come and sit at the table and discuss the way forward for quantum science and technology. The people, the government are one. Thank you very much.
It's on now. Thank you very much, Henry. That was really wonderful. Okay, so time for questions? Yeah. I imagine there'd be lots of questions.
All right, Prof, thank you so much. I think you've opened our eyes into so many areas that we weren't aware of it. But my problem goes with the teaching of physics. I think the fundamental is the basic level. Yes, teaching of it is a little bit difficult. And I think the teachers are not coming close to the student for better understanding. So fundamentally, we fear it before we go to secondary school. So by the time you reach secondary school, physics becomes a blow. When you see it, you run away out of it. So I think, yes, in as much as you are very good at that area, kindly do your best as well and be able to train the physics teachers too. They are so fearful. Yes. So that they can even come down to us for us to get the basis, for us to be able to love physics as other people are loving it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is connected to application as well. The physics need to be live. And I think we were discussing the last time. We say physics is everywhere, it's everything. And unfortunately, mostly we have, because of our settings, our physics has become more theoretical. And so we do not relate it. Like yesterday, we saw the light and all of that. That is the life of the physics. And so when the life of the physics is absent, then it becomes fearful. You see, so yes, we have to get it live. We have to let them see what the physics can do in every topic that they undertake. It's everyday life activity. That is physics.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to top up what you said, and also our lady also contributed. Like earlier I said so at the beginning, the challenge is how the course is presented to the students. It's the applications and all those things, friendly way. This is so that people, the students will be happy with it. Like I give example in other universities that I witnessed, University of Texas in Austin when I was. You see, before the person, even the lecturers, they introduce you, tell the opportunities. The quantum, out of quantum, this water, I'll tell you that. So, yes, you don't look upon it at all. So when it comes to admission, it's full. You know here, when the person doesn't get engineering, of course, now improving, now it comes to physics. No. Do you see? So I think these are some of the things we have to look at. So all these things you are teaching or you are lecturing, let me ask you, how are you related to the industry?
Okay.
Do you see? What are you doing now? Yes, thank you.
All right. So, like I mentioned, one of the critical things we are doing is in the water supply chain. We've had some discussions with the water companies, met the ministries, trying to, specifically, I mentioned about 3 ways that in the quantum we can be able to solve. I mentioned that even one of our students will be going to Germany in October. There are these areas that we can all venture into. So we have started in some of these areas. And as I mentioned, in the chemistry department, they have been doing this drug thing for some time now. So some of us are really involved with some of the industrial players. Again, maybe it's not quite opened. And I was believing that together as a people, when we start sitting down and discussing, this again can be made very open to the public. And so that also set up a platform for a conference like this. Because some of you were not privy to this, but because of this conference, today you are privy to it. And so if we can be able to have such conferences and workshops annually to be able to communicate some of this to the general public, I believe we can go a long way.
Right. Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation, especially for coming down to our level and giving us hope in Africa that we can get there. Now, I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, how do we ensure that the youths who are in the non-formal sector or not in employment, education, and training can have the basic skill to be relevant in the second revolution of quantum science and technology? That's number 1. The second question, I would like to know some of the side effects of quantum science and technology on the environment, especially climate and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Okay. The first one is more or less like the TVET. So how can TVET contribute? So as I mentioned, engineering is key. And one of the things we have in terms of quantum computing is the hardware. I mean, I always tell my students that some days back we used to have the disk ROM with a very big computer and all of that. Now all those big computers and the disk ROM, we can't find it anymore. It was a revolution. Things were being done, and all of that is hardware. So how do we now come together, again, coming together, the universities coming together with the technical universities, the vocational skills, and telling them that this is what we know, and this is what is ongoing in the global world. And this will transform in terms of the hardware for us to see some of these changes that some way back in the 1980s we saw, and now we have smartphones. And now we have these vocational skills people having to repair the smartphones. How did they learn? That is the question. And so if we can get them now to buy into this new change and together do something, I think they can also have their way through in terms of this whole quantum computing and all of that. Meteorology, medicine, and all of that. Like I said, optimization is one key thing in all of that, in all of this quantum thing we're discussing. Having to predict the weather is one thing that quantum computing also does. In South Africa, they have started some of this. Ghana, we can also. Other countries are doing some of these things, trying to use these systems. Energy, in the area of energy. I left energy out because I know panel discussion is coming, And I left IT out because I've seen the cybersecurity. Yes, they will discuss all of that during the panel. But there are so many things we can actually do in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll take it from the point of resourcing our higher education institutions to go into quantum technology. Now, we have research directorates in almost all of our higher education institutions, technical universities, traditional universities, private universities, and then quite recently, our colleges of education, nursing training, and all of that have committed at the recent GTech summer school to establishing research directorates in the various colleges. So, would you propose that there be established different centers to go into quantum technology in the high school, in the higher education institutions, or you'd say that, yes, let's resource these research directorates to go into it? And if you propose that, how do we go about it? How do we do that? How do we resource them? Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, the research directorates are more or less like administrative or managerial roles, or let me say offices that oversee research in the institutions. The big question is, who will bring the money to do the work? And that is the thing. And so in the universities and the nursings that you are saying, it is the researchers themselves that has to go and look for the money to do their research, whilst the office, in terms of the research directorate, try to manage or have an administrative setting of all of this research for us not to have issues, so to speak. Now, setting up the center, as I showed in terms of the 3 centers that I was proposing, or we were proposing, we were looking at it in the sense that these centers, together with a structure, it could be any organogram, with stakeholders, will have meetings and will have plans and agendas for the country. And so if in 2025, there's a decision across the 3 centers that we're looking about water supply chain, how can those doing the mathematical formulation, that's AIMS, and GAC doing the computation and the experiment, come together to work to achieve this goal that they have all planned for. Okay, so, and they are the people who have to also look for the funding to help in doing that. Whilst the universities that are undertaking any research in this area are supporting that idea. So the research directorate do not bring the money, or the research directorate do not do the research. I don't know whether I've answered the question. All right,
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to move on to the roundtable, and I'm going to give this over to Sarah, but let's thank Henry again for a great talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. And I love the discussions in the room. It means Ghana is ready. We need to collaborate. We need to work together as industry, academia, and then as policymakers to ensure that Ghana is an active player. And Africa, we have Africa well represented here. We have South Africa, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and about 20 African countries online also joining us for this conference. So we have a big task to do, and it starts from this room and many conferences that we can organize to brainstorm and continue to push for the Africa we want. We are now moving to the segment of panel discussion, and Dr. Martin has set the tone for the discussions regarding academia, policy, and industry. How can this group collaborate to ensure that the quantum agenda that we have, the ones we want to do, and the kind of physics we can break down, as Madam was asking, can be done? To help us moderate this session is Dr. Ralph Chum from the Department of Mathematics, University of Ghana. Dr. Ralph Chum obtained his PhD in mathematics from Howard University in July 2012. He has been a faculty member at the Department of Mathematics, University of Ghana since January 2013, serving in various academic and administrative positions in the department over the past decade. He uses tools from category theory, representation theory, and the ecology in his area of research. Dr. Chum, you're welcome. Speaking from the academic point of view, today University of Ghana really came in their force. It's Dr. Augustine Lawe-Mahu from the same Department of Mathematics, University of Ghana. Dr. Mahu is a theoretical physicist and lecturer at the University of Ghana, specializing in quantum physics and gauge and gravity duality. He holds a PhD from the University of the Wits, where he researched black hole microstates and heavy operators in gauge theories. He published a published scholar in journals such as GHEP and Fiscal Review D. He has received grants from TWAS and held research roles in South Africa. As an associate partner of ESDA Foundation Africa, he advocates quantum science education and curriculum innovation and is committed to mentoring young physicists across Africa. Dr. Mahu, you're welcome. From the policy point of view, we have Dr. Joseph Esando Yedu, energy expert and former director for strategy planning and policy, Energy Commission, Ghana. Dr. Esando is an adjunct professor at the Institute for Oil and Gas Studies, University of Cape Coast, and former director of strategy planning and policy at Ghana's Energy Commission. He led Ghana's first strategic national energy plan, 2006 to 2020, and contributed pioneering research on solar-powered communication systems. A lead and review author for the UN IPCC since AR-5, he has consulted for UNFCCC, UNEP, and the IEA. He has held visiting scholar roles in Canada, Nigeria, and Germany. His expertise spans sustainable energy policy, quantum and laser physics, and climate systems. He's a member of IEE and Ghana Science Association. Dr. Sando, you're welcome. And to actively position ourselves, we've seen TVET and STEM to be masculine bias. It's Engineer Dr. Mrs. Miriam Edufo. Engineer Edufo is the General Manager for Safety, Health, and Environment at the Electricity Company of Ghana, a fellow of several professional bodies, including Ghana ISCP, IET Ghana, and the OSHA UK. She holds a PhD in Operations Management and degrees in Electrical Engineering, Business Administration, and Occupational Safety. With over 12 years of engineering experience, she has presented at major global forums, including IEA-PES and WCE London. She serves on the Engineering Council of Ghana and Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry. Her expertise spans arc flash safety, hazardous materials, power systems, and risk management. Ma'am, you are welcome. And the last but not the least, to do justice to the discussions this morning, is Professor Kester Chris Afezi, Chairman of PRITAC and Chair of Ghana National Cyber Intelligence and Cyber Defense Research Project. Professor Chris Afezi is a distinguished cybersecurity and artificial intelligence expert, serving as Chairman of the Center for Research, Information Technology and Advanced Computing, and Chair of Ghana's National Cyber Intelligence and Cyber Defense Research Project. A Tier 1 certified cybersecurity professional under Ghana's Cybersecurity Act, he brings over a decade of global experience in digital forensics, cyber defense, and emerging technologies. He is a senior member of IEE and ACM, and a member of the United Nations and ITU expert groups on AI for health and environmental efficiency. Professor Chris Afezi has served as a judge in the U.S. State Department's Global Cyber 9 and 12 Strategy Challenge and has contributed to international standards at ITU, ITF, and IEE. He has led cybersecurity training for national and international security institutions. As former Dean of Ghana Communications Technology University, he spearheaded the development and accreditation of over 20 academic programs. Widely published and globally recognized, he's a laureate of the Millennium Excellence Awards for Technology Innovation. He holds a PhD in computer science with distinction from Université de Bretagne, please, this one you help me, Bretagne Occidentale, France. Professor Kester Chris Afezi, You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand you over to our moderator, Dr. Chum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Osei. I'm grateful. Thank you and welcome to our panel discussion. The last lecture set us up very nicely for the discussion we are going to have on Ghana's quantum future, sustaining momentum for lasting legacies. So as she said, my name is Ralph Chum. I teach mathematics at the University of Ghana. And welcome to our panelists, so Dr. Mahu, Dr. Esanda Yedu, Engineer Dr. Miriam Edufo, and Professor Kester Kwesafechi. So this is the way we will go about it. I will ask them a few questions. I'll ask one general question for all our panelists, and then I'll ask sector-specific questions, so academia, industry, innovation, and then we will throw it open for questions. Based on the last seminar, I know you still have some questions that you want answered or some contributions, so we'll give you some opportunity to ask your questions. So the first question I have is for all the panelists, so you can take your time to give your perspective. And so it talks about the International Year of Quantum Science 2025 celebrations. So now that Ghana is leading these celebrations, in your opinion, what are the key actions or commitments that each of our sectors should take so that this momentum translates into lasting change in infrastructure, in policy, and innovation in quantum science and technology? So any of you can start. Who wants to go first? Okay, so ladies first. So Dr. Edufo, you want to go first?
Thank you so much, and good morning to you all. This quantum science issue is a big deal for all of us, especially in Africa. And in fact, we say Ghana is leading, but it's barely felt across our nation and also in Africa as a whole. To me, what I would like to suggest is we need to particularly prioritize this quantum science issue. Apart from the policies we put in place, we have to actually groom people, just like we are campaigning for STEM education. The quantum, because it can help us solve many problems, the government needs to actually take it up and make sure it, because in Ghana now we have the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry. Government is funding so many education, TVET, and other things through there. And if some of these monies can be channeled to ensure that even institutions, private sector, the industry, everybody is on board when it comes to the leadership in quantum, it is going to really help. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm really very happy to see the youth around, the people, the students, and all that. Yeah, fine. Interestingly, some of us, when we entered the university, KNUST in the mid-80s, I was looking to electrical engineering. So I didn't get it, and I got electrical. But when I got to the university, I looked at my result. Oh, all you have grabbed there, yes. But interesting thing came. Somebody said, hey, concentrate on your physics. So, and I did that. Fine. So, when I completed, during the first time, then I met Prof. Saloti. And then coming from the same area, in the Fanti area, he drew me closer. This in the Fanti Okunfi Sopon area, then drew me closer to him. Fine. See, then, after that, a number of institutions interviewed me. Ghana Standards Authority, now I used to Ghana Standards Board, CSR, that I used to have a Technology Transfer Center and all those kind of things. But then, National Fire Service, the time I realized I was put to Apam Secondary School. So some people were disappointed a bit. But then I took it and stayed the whole thing more. So interested as a young man then, just doing my national service. I started writing feature articles for the Weekly Spectator. Do you know the Weekly Spectator? We, the adults, you know. Do you know it? You see, I kept quiet. So started writing articles, particularly when the U.S. about to shoot this Voyager into space. I wrote it. Do you see? And then the next was Ghana. When we entered in 83, we entered serious doomsday. Foreigners and doomsday is low shedding. Low shedding. We call it doomsday over here. Fine. So what else? We see the arrow quantum study, then lighting, lasers, and all those kind of things. So then I started studying solar energy. So I wrote another article in the Spectator, Solar Energy as an Option. That was 1987. Do you see? Then Professor wrote him, go and call Sandro, he's wasting his time there. So he really encouraged. Then that time he also has set up something called the Energy Research Group. Look at the different options for to really. That time we were largely relying on the hydropower coming from Akosombo. Do you see? And it's a good thing. And then you see, we call it Akosombo Nkania. It means lies from the grid. So for instance, Akosombo Nkania, we hear it. It's a song or two. It means lies from the grid. Everybody wanted to get a grid power. And that time, about 10 to 12 hours, no light. So then we look at other options. So when I wrote that feature article, solar energy, it became very popular. So I was invited, but then the energy board had been set up, I brought in. Then they also was running the energy research group. So there, and I started writing the solar articles. And we were very happy with it. Solar is just light from the sun. So why do I get it? I mean, the sun, like yesterday we have been taught, it's a wave, and then all the rest. If you break the waves further, you got the particles, the photonics. And out of it, my main concentration was the photovoltaics, the semiconductor materials. So I was the first shadow officer for the country. This is to look at solar energy. So those of you, I'm very sure, those of you in the Middle Age, you remember the solar lights at the Legon, the University of Ghana Road. I did it. Started really setting up solar labs in the University of Cape Coast, lab there. KNUST, you go there, there's now called renamed the Hammond Energy Center. They started with solar. And then UDS to the first vice chancellor was my co-supervisor, also started solar. Started through that, and then they equipped them. But people didn't understand. Why are you using government resources to do that for? You see, that was the disparity between academia and then industry. So that's why here, you find me insisting on that. You see, so when the time for graduates, you know, I want to look at the applications, because that was the missing factor over here. I started writing, so also looking at solar power transmission. You see, solar power micro transmission. The whole idea was that now in space, you can put what they call a satellite there, grab the solar, convert to microwave power, and transmit through these photonics and all those things over here. Then we use receivers, you see, grab it over here and turn to power. So that's why I have about 24 hours of power supply. Because when it's dark here, it's light somewhere. You see, and that brought me. In fact, when MTA came, I was among the first to be interviewed. But I never knew that in 1995 they invited me to South Africa. That's why I got to Stellenbosch University. They have a huge lab on this photonics and then the quantum. Nothing of that in Ghana then. So I'm happy that we started this in the country. But as much as possible, let's try to make it easier for the people, for the students who are coming to understand, appreciate it. They see the application, then they are prepared to move forward it. Thank you very much for now.
Okay. Based on the question, if you come around the world, you would understand from the advanced countries, from the developing countries, and when I say developing countries, you look at those that are like India, and they are much more a bit advanced than what we have in Africa, you would understand that most of the institutions are linked with companies, and there's a huge support with government. So there's this triad. You have companies, you have the research institutions, you have also the government that is the driving force in terms of, they have a higher purchasing power. They all collaborate to actually ensure that the ecosystem works. Because the base of it is funding, money. You need resources to be able to make all of these things happen. And here, we have a bit of a breakage in such linkages. And therefore, one of the central themes that we have to take away going forward would be to really establish and make sure that we get to have these linkages. Companies can pay up, government can support, the research flows, so there is, everybody's happy in that cycle, and we can actually generate enough businesses, technologies, students are well funded, academics are also well greased in their palm, and then by greased, I don't mean the negative way, I mean the positive way. So then the ecosystem really is self-sustaining, because that's the key, the central thing that we need. And of course, we do also partner with international collaborators, international donors, those who come in, those are extra funding that are really important as well. But the central thing is that locally, we must be self-sustaining. And without that, no matter the influx of resources from outside, you never know when they get depleted. Thank you.
Okay. So we are currently living in age of information superiority. And you can see that we have artificial intelligence, connectivity, and cybersecurity being some of the game changers in terms of how we process information, use it for our society in a secure way. So for a country to have dominance within the space of this current age, that has to do with information superiority that we find ourselves in. Ability to compute things very fast in terms of large data sets, make decisions out of it, and solve problems faster will give you that competitive advantage over your allies, being it in any format. The defense sector, ability to acquire information from warfare, process it, make decisions, inform, whether centralized or decentralized, to make decisions at the battlefield will give you competitive advantage over your enemies. At the same time, if you are able to process information very fast, break down complex equations, come up with solutions, understand and twist them based on speed of computational systems, advanced artificial intelligence, you can find solutions to a lot of problems, being in the health sector, finding cures for diseases. Let these computers process things and give you that information. You'll be able to take advantage of that sector to help your country develop new drugs, creating more opportunities in terms of making money from drug sales, at the same time providing better healthcare, and also developing more advanced technologies that can make things in a society easier. At the same time, within the security sector, can give you competitive advantage in terms of being able to intercept and process large information in a very short time, and at the same time also break very complex cryptographic protocols. So you realize that as the quantum computing space began to expand, there was a high need of developing post-quantum cryptographic protocols that can still make businesses, communications over the internet secure when these things come. I've seen most of those technologies. I've been part of most of those discussions, including NIST. I was also at NIST to have discussion on this kind of sectors in terms of security of computing and stuff like that, blockchain technologies and stuff like that. So in terms of our space, we have challenges already in terms of how we handle our information and make useful meaning out of them towards our own societal development and other things. What do I mean? When you look at the health sector, most of the data sets that are generated by our own hospitals are not that used well for our competitive advantage. So we can start from that, leveraging on abilities to use some of these technologies to solve our problems. Then when the quantum sector also is advancing and developing, and maybe 50 years from now, 70 years from now, where we can now integrate some of these computing capabilities into our system, we'll have a solid human capacity that can support this base within our various countries, and then we can also benefit from some of the advantages and the byproducts that we can get in terms of the power of the computing of these supercomputing systems that we have. Even the developed countries, in terms of the technologies that they have, the firms, Google and other things, you realize that they are still also working in terms of engaging practical quantum computers in their systems in terms of information processing and stuff like that. We can develop our students in the mathematical side, even if we don't have the lab to kind of demonstrate. I have partnerships. You can see Google is having an AI branch here. Have partnership with these organizations and see how we can trade in terms of research output. And later see how we can have research centers here that can develop and then be part. Because if your research centers cannot produce technologies that the other country will be interested in, then funding becomes a problem. For example, when you look at the Israeli structure, they currently have most of the research labs of Google, Intel, and all those kind of things there. Also researching for that, maintaining their human capacity while sharing information. And other countries like India is also having similar things now, and other countries are also benefiting from these centers. So if we as Africans or Ghanaians want to benefit more for this collaboration at a level where we share research information within the space of the quantum space, and in terms of how we can harness the energy of these quantum systems in solving problems within our society and stuff like that, that will help in a better collaborative way in terms of advancing our society, and then we can now develop a plan in order to sustain that human capacity from the lower levels to the higher levels. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So they've all given different perspectives to the question. Maybe just a quick summary that we need to prioritize quantum science. If we are going to sustain this momentum, we need to prioritize quantum science. We need to work together. There's no substitute for foundations in physics and mathematics. And then you also need to make it accessible for everybody. If you're going to carry everybody along, the technology, the education, the training must be accessible. Thank you all very much. So we'll go on to the sector-specific questions. So I will begin with academia. So Dr. Mahu, we're looking at Ghanaian universities and other research institutions. How can we institutionalize quantum science, whether through formal degree programs, faculty collaborations, or shared infrastructure beyond this International Year of Quantum Science?
Thank you. As it stands, given the presentation by Dr. Henry Martin, we all understand that already we already having quantum education happening at the several departments, both mathematics, physics, and then you get to have also chemistry. And so there is some degree programs already happening at the postgraduate level, both master's, PhD, and then undergraduate level. Now, Beyond this conference and beyond in trying to make progress really lies in how do we harness the research that we are doing. And by the research, it comes in several phases. There is a theoretical bit, which is contributing to for example, the work that I do, which is in quantum gravity, which is highly theoretical. There is the experimental, and then there are several phases of these things. Now, how do we get industries to understand what we're doing, translating the work that we do into products, okay? That brings resources to the country, and so the cycle goes on. And of course, having government buy-in. That is the focus. That is the thing that is not missing in our system. And charting the path forward, this is where we need to create a system to make this happen. How do we do it? There's been a proposal, but the proposal can be enhanced in many ways. And in the sense that researchers are already affiliated to institutions, and therefore we don't want to duplicate any roles in the system because it doesn't help. So we carefully ensure that existing institutions are really doing what they do, and then we simply try to enhance what is missing. And what is missing is getting the priorities of the government solved. So government have many problems, which is one angle where we can get resources. When we have these quantum institutions, and in fact, when I say quantum, the establishing a quantum strategy or quantum an institute, it comes with several other affiliated departments and programs that must enhance it. One of them is high-performance computing stuff. So you get to even have statistics and many other departments collaborating to have it. So we look at what this government needs. By this government, so I'm limited to Ghana. What do we need? What can convince the government to help us build such a system? Because if the government is not going to get anything back, return on investment, they will never support. And so we look carefully and say, what does the government want? Can we tailor something to meet what they want? And in such an angle, how do we structure it such that the expertise from various universities can come together, collaborate, and be able to effectively deliver to the needs of the government and to the needs of companies that are going to work with government initially. So in Ghana, I'll give you an example. We are trying to enter into the domain of drug discovery. And there are many things that come in. We can model stuff from the angle of mathematicians. We can actually look, the data that you get, okay, you may, if you actually simulate with quantum computers, the better, because you're actually looking at the order of magnitude of the things that the molecules you're dealing with are actually in atomic scale, and therefore, if you model with quantum computers, you are at a better place in getting something out. So we have to be carefully guided towards how we go about these things and how we choose what is essential and in order not to duplicate any activity that is already happening. And so I think that there's a lot more that will happen beyond this. Several discussions will have to happen. And we are actually thinking that the universities, the researchers, there will be some kind of a meeting to help really bring this such an understanding and carefully create these things to make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. And part on the training. So you've got things like KNUST's e-learning school. I know other universities have some sort of online training and so on. How do we take these sorts of things and then create training programs for postgraduate curricula, regional training hubs?
Okay. This is a story I think I have been facing. Getting PhD students is hard in Ghana in theoretical physics. So, for example, if you get to have a student in KNUST and he's researching into a certain area of physics and possibly he needs some expertise to be able to guide him finish the research, but that expertise doesn't lie within the department he is working in. This is a good platform, having an e-learning platform with some MOUs signed between universities for, say, for example, issuing a degree, joint degrees, things like that. It goes a long way because I get to work with a student because we share a student, we get to work with a student together, we publish together. This helps. And with the e-learning platform, the student mustn't always have to come to me physically, especially if things are not really at the level of experimental. Then it's theoretical. Things can be done. Of course, once in a while there is some. So that's one angle that things can happen.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the role of the government. So Dr. Esando Yedu, so you have been part of a committee to develop a strategic national energy plan twice, I believe. And so along those lines, we're looking at how quantum science can be integrated into national innovation strategies, digital transformation programs, long-term workforce development policies. In your opinion, how can we do this? What are some of the things we can do?
Yes, thank you very much. Like I keep emphasizing, the applications, like the late minister said, may his soul rest in peace. He moved around all these research institutions, a pile of piles of ideas, library sitting down there. You get to a PhD, you are right, a professor, this and that, you leave your wild beard and others. Do you see? Yes, you get it. But what else? If I leave all those, even when there's a funeral, they will not invite you. Do you see? Yes. How can all these research and all the benefit the population? That's it. Because I remember when I was employed by the Energy Commission, that I will not mention my boss' name. It's ARC-EDS is not new. As far back as 91, so it was there. The journals. Quantum world, that's older, far older. I was there. So you come and say, hey, Joseph, stop all this, not help you. You see, by going through all this, it opened my eyes. How can these people understand the importance of quantum? So then, but when you say lasers, they're ahead of it. So what is this? Then you explain. Do you see? A good example that the solar, when that aspect came, is the semiconductors. The photovoltaic is semiconductor material. We should have some in the country. So that encouraged the Geological Service Department. We team up with them. In fact, through their boss, we encourage us to team up with them. Then around Saw Pond area, yeah, there's silica deposits there. Do you see? And out of silica will come the silicon, semiconductors. Out of it will come the photovoltaics. And mind you, it's not only in solar, also in radio, the transistors, and all those that we are using. Do you see? Yes. So, yes, these are the things. The challenge that time was the energy we needed to. Do you see? And that's why the PV beginning was very expensive. Do you see? And then, see, I keep saying Ghanaians, we don't take our time to understand. When the tariff structure was structured by the Joint Kwame Nkrumah's time, the base industries, they gave them the lowest. The base industry means the processes of metal, the earth metals, bauxite to aluminum. Do you see? You could have done that. Somebody came and said, why should we give this industry that low and we high? No. Mind you home, when someone says baby, children have baby children, they eat different food. They don't eat the big fufus and others that we are eating like we. Do you see? The boss, sorry, one of the traditional fufu and others. No, they start with something. So because if now almost everything is, you have aluminum in there. Do you see? Yes, we start all this and go through. It's all part understanding this basic sciences and then interpret it to the people. Do you see? Yes. So I was in there, brought in there, doing all that. A good example of Ghana Telecom. Now we have the grade. But formerly, they wanted to go, what do you call it, national coverage. So they started with PVs. So through PVs, that's how national, or the telecom, that's now later on bought by Vodafone, was able to cover the whole country almost. Because but when people got to know about the PVs, they started stealing the panels. So now they started putting their structures really, what they call the structure inside where people are, so that they employ somebody to look after it. Do you see that? That's why now you don't see the solar panels. Do you see? So the university started all this for people to see and all that. Do you see? Yes. So many things that when the other person, they see the applications, they really join. Do you see? Treatment to health and all the lasers. Like yesterday, I was telling somebody, now when we are doing this radiology, you see, they use even though still broad. But if you lasers, if you are using laser technique, you see, it doesn't damage the effect of other non-disease cells. Very low. So when they have the means or they are politicians, then they go out. Then we are here, we suffer. Do you see? But why don't we get some of these equipment here for all of us to benefit? Is understanding. So I'm very happy that they are happy that the youth are here. So also let's do as much how best we can break some of these things down for them to understand that these things you are hearing, these are the basic things that you can apply and do. Do you see? Yes. And interesting thing about the youth, take advantage of it. When I started all these things, I don't know how. IEEE, Miriam is a member. And then also over there, also members. Luis, I was there, I got invitation to come to the US. That they are sending my report and solar energy. Come and make all that. Then, like I said, the one I did on the really solar power transmission, space transmission. Come. Lucy, come and do all that. That took me to South Africa. In South Africa, that was 1995. And then I was invited to Stellenbosch University. Taking us to see all the labs, the laser labs, and all the displays. But not knowing, then after that, then MTN interviewed us. Not knowing they wanted to recruit and come, physicists and others. Then so I want to remain with my energy. You see? But one day, because somebody felt I was wasting time with all this, I came to office, then all my books on quantum and all that have been taken away, hidden somewhere. You see? My small library have been condemned. They say, you want space for somebody to join the office, you are using all these things. What are you going to build about? See? And then that time, computers. Sorry, we'll come back to you. Computers. Laptops. No, the laptops have only about a few people were using computers. You see? But when I went there, I knew how to use a computer. How? They were shocked. Then out of it. So that time, Energy Board, later, the Energy became a fair institution in the country where every office you go, there was a computer. And then later on, laptop. So if there's knowledge, somebody have that insight. But through all this, physics, do you see that invests then like the one professor allotted to how the early institute. He got some funding outside. So where almost every 2 years, we have the National Energy Symposium. Invited institutions and companies out come and display some of these things. What have you done? Somebody came around 2000, he said, doesn't see, we are just wasting money. And then you collapse it. Do you see? Yes. So that's the challenge that we have in our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Engineer Dr. Edufo, so from the industry perspective, we've talked about different industries. Energy has been mentioned a lot, the telecoms, fintech as well, if you got Dr. Martin's presentation. So in your opinion, how are these industries and others that you've engaged with, how are they preparing to engage with quantum-enabled technologies for national development and for competitive advantage?
you so much. Let me start from my institution, Electricity Company of Ghana. A lot is going on recently. We are also passionate in achieving the SDGs, particularly 7 and 13, to be able to provide safe and quality electricity for
You'll have to switch. The mics are on, but it will take some time for them to switch on this. Yeah. Okay, I think we are back. I think, yes, so you may continue.
Yeah. Sorry. So it is like that. Yesterday, before I continue, yesterday at the lunch, one participant asked me, how come at the BA, been switching off light? I said, oh, ECG, we actually the name behind electricity in Ghana, but we don't serve at BA. We don't distribute there. It's NETCO. So the same way, they have internal problem here, but as soon as it goes off, it is ECG. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that we are doing a lot at ECG now. In terms of optimization, we have the SCADA systems. We are moving to smart grids. And all these things, the basics are quantum. The low flows we run, we have the R&D, we have the innovation directorates. We've been having a lot of forums of late, and most of our experts are actually doing research, bringing on board solutions to ensure that we achieve our carbon footprints. At ECG now, we have gone cashless. We don't have cash offices where you go and pay money. Okay, we have our Power App developed very robust. I think 2 years ago, 2023, we were hacked severally. This has caused us to bring on board sophisticated infrastructure in terms of ICT and information security. So we are doing a lot. Recent times, ECG is going paperless. We are actually making sure that the SDG Goal 13, we are also achieving it. And in all this, if you check our documentation, you wouldn't see it being documented that ECG is using quantum. But the sophisticated systems that we are using elaborate a lot on the quantum strategies here. So we need to also prioritize quantum, if you ask me. And this has to also be done in all our energy sector, from VRA, GRICO, NETCO. Everybody should come on board. And when the name is mentioned, priority is given to it. Okay, and people are being groomed. As we speak, we have a lot of experts in ECG who are innovating daily. All the 23 directorates we have robust policies governing that. We recently launched our new safety and health policies that is looking at sustainability in all aspects of our operations. And you cannot mention sustainability and leave safety out. They go hand in hand. So I believe a lot is being done in the industry, but quantum actually needs to be prioritized and mentioned and documented so that we can see the successes so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick addition. You talked a lot about what ECG in particular is doing. Do you know if there are any collaborations with academia on some of the initiatives? Or is this something you would want to explore
Yes,
further?
what I would like to touch on is recent times the Engineering Council commissioned a committee, which I'm part, to put together criteria where the industry staff, the experts, can move to academia easily, and the academia also being able to cross over to bring expertise on board. And I think we've done with work, and we are doing it in collaboration with GTech also, because we realize that a lot are going on. People are experts in so many areas. We realize of late when the new engineers come, it's like they are learning nothing at all, and because technology keep changing and they are learning the outdated ones at school. So we do train, we let them travel out, we do a lot of, and we are spending. So we believe that if these experts who have built their career over the years are now moved into, when I joined ECG, I joined with HND from Kumasi Polytechnic, but I didn't stop there. Whilst working, I kept on learning, and I had 2 degrees, master's degrees in occupational health and safety. I did business administration also to be able to manage a whole lot of things, because whatever you propose, you need to do cost-benefit analysis. So I have to major in accounting. I have to go back to school to do my degree also. Finally, I realized that we are operating hazardous systems that risk need to be managed well. I have to go and do my master's degree in occupational health and safety risk management. Finally, I have to do my PhD in operations management. You see, so there is this continuous professional development we need to embrace. And when the students come to the industry, we tell them to join professional bodies. The professional bodies also groom you, because you meet with all kinds of people and your network becomes wider. And occasions like this, conferences, workshops, when you are engaged in it, you learn a great deal. Since these 3 days, I've learned so many things about quantum. Maybe the ones I got to know at school is even small. We've written algorithms, we have done coding and a lot, but this short time, liaising with these intellectuals, you realize that you learn a lot also. You know that quantum is not just the ones and zeros, the bits. It has squares and all this. We have the materials aspect of it. We are looking at so many things. So I think that the industry, from the Engineering Council perspective, has already taken a step forward. And most of the experts in ECG and other industries are all in these engineering professional bodies also. Just like the medical school, they are now able to move to academia with ease because they have the criteria. Very soon, I think it will be publicized, and then GTech will roll it out so that people who go on pension from the industry with all these years of knowledge can go and impact. And even those who are still there can go there and have part-time lectures with students, so that the gap that is so wide now can be bridged. Because sometimes we don't understand why a first-class material can join us and cannot use common Excel. You see, before you even mention quantum. So these are the things we are looking at. And I think certain things need to be prioritized before it can be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to Professor Christafeci. So from the area of innovation, how can Ghana's innovation ecosystem, research institutions, our startups, and our hubs drive practical applications of quantum technologies in different areas, in part of your area of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and advanced computing?
Okay, thank you very much. So within the sector of cybersecurity, we have two sectors, okay? That is working against the capabilities of the quantum computing, and then also harnessing the quantum computing capability to solve problems in cybersecurity. And besides processing large data, making decisions from it, we also have the cryptographic aspect that deals with securing information and at the same time also breaking those codes. And in terms of breaking security codes, you need very powerful computers to solve those problems. And quantum computers are promising systems that intelligence agencies are relying on based on what they are capable of doing so far in working on secured communications. So we can have centers that focus on developing the quantum computers for cryptanalysis, and then another sector also looking at developing post-quantum cryptographic protocols for securing systems, being it government communications and banking and stuff like that. But most often, the government communication systems are of the priority, since the businesses and stuff like that uses standard protocols, and it has to be approved for one system to talk to each other globally within the internet space. So government can and then drive that initiative based on its need. And organizations can also drive those initiatives based on its needs. Then they can collaborate with academia, where they can work in developing the capacity, and also the research hubs can also pick that and develop solutions. Because in fact, industry doesn't lead academia. Governments don't lead academia. Academia must lead industry and government in terms of providing solutions. So the expertise must be continuously developed in academia. Then based on government policy and direction, they use some of these technologies. Because some of the research works might not have need today, but tomorrow it will be useful. And these things makes it difficult for people to understand how academic space works. So for example, they can say, oh, people are spending so much energy doing a research work that cannot be used or is not of current use. Okay? That is how they work. Trying to solve problems within that field, hoping that one day the solutions that they come out with would solve problems in the future. And also, governments can charge them in providing solutions to its immediate problems so that they can solve it, as well as also industry can also charge that. So in the sector of artificial intelligence, once we look at the future in terms of decentralizing intelligence and then localizing some capabilities and sharing those resources. Because a lot of people keep on complaining, oh, if you look at most of the content in artificial intelligence space, Africa is like a little bit behind because of the availability of data, and a lot of data has not been pumped in there and stuff like that. And the future is going to be more of decentralized systems that may have capabilities to perform so many things. So we can also start working on systems that has artificial intelligence capabilities, where we have the data here and we can federate in terms of operation. Then, looking at that, we can have plans to integrate the processing of those data sets, working on those data sets in order to solve problems and engage quantum computing capabilities in solving these problems for our local needs, and at the same time, rendering services to other sectors and also benefiting from it. And these are the things that can drive edge of government and also industry in pushing more resources and funding to the academic space in terms of quantum capability. So for example, if the government decides that we want to speed up activities within the health sector in terms of diagnostics, processing, imaging, and stuff like that, they can initiate and put people together, teams, to start developing those systems, advancing upon it, using it within our health sector, rendering such services to other countries, making money, using it to support the project. And then when the data sets become very large, we can federate it. At the same time, we can engage high-powered computing capabilities like the quantum computers in solving some of these problems that we will face in terms of diagnostics, disease discovery, and all the, drug discovery for the various diseases based on how these computers can pick information out there, go through research works, compare things in relation, go to other federated systems out there, pull data. I'm using the word federation because that is going to be more of the future. So can feed on those things and then use it to make decisions. Then we are preparing ourselves and also benefiting from what we are doing. What sense does it make if you are training quantum computing capabilities or quantum scientists that will be feeding their expertise to developing other countries' systems whilst you don't have the direct benefits of it? What sense does it make? And if you also don't develop your capabilities to the point that you can manage systems and have the workforce to run it, then in that case, you don't expect external agencies to fund research labs here, expand it to the point that they can depend on your research outputs in terms of that collaboration. And currently, having allies and benefits between two countries, the research and technology plays a key role. If you look at, in terms of the research and technology war space that happens, US is concerned about China's capabilities and other countries' capabilities, and they are interested in making sure that they also have that competitive advantage. In situations where they have allies that they need those capabilities, partnerships become key. You can see that relation closely between Israel and US in terms of how they partner on that level. So in countries where innovation and other things are shooting up, developed countries can also take advantage of that. Even if the government is a little bit behind and partner and develop knowledge expertise, definitely they will drain some of the expertise, but governments too, or nations too, must take advantage of that and see how they can sustain and build that kind of a human capacity that they can benefit from. Even though we are excited that Google is building an AI community or whatever here, it's not for Ghana per se, it's for Google. The focus is on the human resource that cannot make it out there and stuff like that, because most of the technologies they will develop, I think 90% to be in the interest of what Google wants, not what Ghana wants. So we can design our systems like that. And then we can produce a human capacity in terms of feeding into those spaces. Because in terms of the AI itself and the computing capabilities that we have, we've not exhausted that one yet. Then we are now moving into the quantum computers that don't even exist here. So how are you going to integrate that? But also it doesn't mean that if you also don't have these capacities, you cannot go into that. The people that are supposed to go into those spaces are those in academic environments. Unless an industry has a vision in terms of developing a product and we want to go through that initial process, and then that is fine. So our academic institutions can be empowered to do that. And the universities must have that kind of edge superiority in their spaces. So for example, if in case you talk about quantum communication systems, we must have a university that is working on quantum communication. We must have a university that is researching on developing basic quantum system. Then the communication guys will rely on that system that are developed, then that collaboration and growth will be there. It's not that one person will try to do everything. That is why when physics gave birth to a lot of fields, they still remain in their space, whilst those fields continue to develop and they still have people still fit in there. And that respect must be given to those spaces. So these are some of the things that we can use and strategies that we can use, because building a quantum strategy or AI strategy will be meaningless if it does not reflect in the life of the country, the society, and then benefit the field itself. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will take questions from the audience for our panelists. So I believe we have some mics set, so we'll just a second.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a lot to feed on this morning, but I also get scared when I hear about quantum, and quantum going to increase the pace of development. And already in our continent, or Ghana in particular, we are already behind. So if quantum is going to increase the pace of development, then there's a lot we have to do. How do you address that? Especially with academia, where our curriculum is always behind, and now quantum is coming. How do we bridge this gap? I'm looking at it from this angle. How can the academia use micro-credentials as well as the social media to address the challenge of time and interest? Because if you look at our youth, they are always on the social media. If we can use micro-credentials and then we can use social media as a way of imparting this knowledge, I think quantum will become a household name. Thank you very much.
Right, please.
Thank you.
Mine goes to Professor from Electricity. Yes, please, I would like to know how will we use quantum to solve illegal issues? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've really enjoyed listening to everybody. But I think I identify with the last speaker when she spoke about physics. How can Ghana train better physics teachers? Because that is where it all starts. We have to start at the basics. I mean, we learn about protons, electrons, neutrons, but we don't really know what they do from there. And I also think that there should be a good mentoring system for young people when they get to the university, so that all the different fields that quantum can do, they are exposed to. But I really think that we should start from the basics. We should really go out and improve on training our physics teachers and make them up to date with what is going around. And then from secondary school, then university, we go on with the mentoring. But physics is a big problem. Thank you. And mathematics.
Okay, so we'll take the first three. So, Dr. Mahu, the first question was on academia in terms of the curriculum. Yes. I'm sure other panels will weigh in, but you can lead us off.
So your question and hers are they are a bit similar. So I'll attempt both at the same time. So now, with the question of training the teachers to teach better, I'll take you through memory lane. From high school, you learn that there's a lot of students who go into sciences, And many parents, once their awards complete and they get all A's, 6 A's and all of that, the very first thing that comes to mind is go to medical school. Okay, so you get to have, is the reason why Ghana is very strong in medicine, when it comes to the area of medicine. You have a lot of students who are good at mathematics, physics, chemistry, and all of them, biology, all of them shift into the medical school or the biological sciences, to say. And only a few who are able to stand on their ground and say, Mom and Dad, I'm not going, I'm interested in math, and I'm going to pursue math. Okay, we've had, Doctor, he will tell you, we've had stories of students who come to us with their parent fighting, complaining that they really want to do math, and then their parents are saying, no, you have to do something else. So the picture is not really entirely on the angle of the teaching. There is an aspect that has to do with the perception of what courses to do in the university. And it's predominantly based on the fact that when I'm done with physics, what am I going to do? People are saying, when I'm done with medicine, I have got a job guaranteed, it's well paid, and therefore I'm good to go. So that is one picture that really has to change before we truly understand the dynamics of whether or not the teacher is doing a good job or not a good job. Because I can predict to some extent that the teachers are doing an average job, above average job, because our medical students who have gone through this training are really doing well, to some extent. But I cannot, so there is something that has to go on there. So that has to do with training. When it comes to the university, what we receive in the university, and both mathematics, I can speak on authority on mathematics and physics, what we receive are students who are not motivated to do mathematics, who are not motivated to do physics. They are there because, okay, I have had a C, which is a C plus, which is the minimum grade you need to have for you to be accepted into math plus all the other things. And once they come, at my class, I ask them, how many of you chose to do this course on your own accord? You find one person raising their hand. Okay. And they are there because, well, I have no choice. So the motivation is not there. They are not there because I simply have to be in the university. That's one thing. I need to be in the university. I'm in the university. And that's the story. If you get to get them encouraged, one or two would get to move along the line and then try to pursue. But there is this disparity, unlike elsewhere where you find a brighter student pursuing math, pursuing physics. Here is the reverse. Because culturally, we actually incentivize our students to rather pursue medicine, pursue the medical career, and then leave all the, especially the physical, the physical sciences, chemistry, mathematics, biology, the raw biology itself, and then and physics. So there is a fundamental problem in that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, I keep hammering on what the industry aspect. Like I'm saying, they will enter the campuses physics straight away while the computations. Then they ask us, where are we going to take these things to? You see, even your parents. But one good thing that Prof. Alote did very well was the establishment of the AIMS. It started here in Ghana as the Institute of Mathematical Sciences. Then later on, team up with the South Africa and they formed the AIMS for Africa. Right, fine. You see, when we were young, the museums. Now go to Science Museum. How many of the students have any tour over there? Nothing. By the time they will go all that. Do you see? And then also the internship. Now it's becoming better, a bit. Do you see? But sometimes, but they used to do it when we were young, and then go to simple, there was that divide. But then we are trying to improve. Do you see? So excuse me to say, somebody will come from the advanced countries, we thank you for what our colleagues are doing. Hey, we will not show you, not do how it will benefit the country and the economy. Listen, for example, we used to have agriculture. Everybody was taught how to grow something, tomatoes. Now, with all our fertile lands, we import tomatoes from where? Burkina Faso. Where is the former Wenchi tomato factory, the Palugu and all that? Somebody comes and find a way, indoctrinate you, then you abandon all that. How was CSR set up? To do all that, to make sure all these things are. But how many of the schools say we are going for an excursion to CSR? You see? So there's a big divide. When they start knowing the applications, then people will see the opportunities. So when the aims was set up, people, we have the opportunity to fellowship, go do and all those things. And I remember when I was aims, interesting thing happened. So I told them, it shouldn't be just only mathematics and sciences, but applications of the industry part. That I didn't understand. You see, but when they started introducing that aspect, now those are the accountants, those being trained accounting. That's they are testifying. That now when they go to the public sector and others, people are afraid of them. Because through the AI and then they will expose the corruption. And what's happening? I can tell you, this was a private one. Somebody told me privately, someone who was involved in this election kind of thing. Some of this election, how? They all. So now, if you want to win the election, then you have to have gurus in the IT and the AI. Otherwise, you'll be beaten. You see? So everything now, a good example, I keep saying, you all heard about people in a certain country, Lebanon, or there, then what? Their phones will explode. I guess you heard it. It's all what? Like I say, we people tell you are transmitting power, just the waves. But them, they are using what? Photonics. You see, hide information there, it gets you get to celebrate, they explode. Based on a certain words you use, or your attitude. Do you see? And these are the things people need to see. So intentions, to me, let me alone, there should be a policy for the government to make sure. Yes, I was really very encouraging internship with it. But I will not just allow anybody. If you are not serious, I'll give you some, otherwise I'll move you. No matter what, I remember somebody in government brought a daughter. He was just playing. I said, no, lady, pack your things and leave. The minister, what they call them, call me from, they call the minister of energy. I didn't mind them. Do you see? Yes. Let's be principled and see how best we can also incorporate them, the youth and others. So they admire all these things. You see, the universities, demonstration. And we talk about solar. We talk about how many of them are using solar plants. Now it's good that KNUC is doing something. You introduce it. You go there, they use the great one is doom so, there's doom so for all. The demonstration, you saw that when you go outside. You see they're using the biomass kind of thing. Do you see using the energy from the waste and all those things? Then when the student come to know this, then practically when he goes to know, then yes. But what do you do? We steal something, they don't see any practical use kind of thing. CSI do so many things. How many have gone there? Do you see? So these are the things we need to look at, sit down and discuss. And then we see how best. And then that was one advantage that when the National Energy Symposium was run, it was doing. Come like this. Yeah, come around, they discuss how best can put the system. But certain politicians came, we were wasting time, money, and they collapsed it. You see, so when the foreign support dried up, and then the whole thing collapsed. So as let's see the importance of all these things, do you see? Then people will see the importance of collaboration between academia and industry. Otherwise, all this will remain the shelf. Do you see? You get your top degrees, all right, but you are here. Like I'm saying, excuse the local perspective you will not get. Do you see? Yes, so it's very important that really you get, like what we are doing now, they come and listen to some of these things. When the people get interested, they go to the university and see the labs, demonstration, the laser labs, like we have University of Cape Coast and others. Oh, they are like to do. What are the opportunities? So you can use to do this and this, the displays and all that. It should be doing there. Now, IT, formally, when the proprietor set up a computer, how many people are learning, how many computers are here in this country? Well, there's his own colleagues. Do you see? Now, computer, then later computers, and now look, computer everywhere. Do you see? Yes. So these are some of the steps we need to use.
Thank you. Dr. Edufo, so there's a question for you on...
How we are using quantum to arrest the illegalities in our system. In a recent innovation forum that we had it here about 3 weeks ago, we had about 3 of our staff innovating something that looks a bit strange and that could actually arrest illegalities. Management took a decision to implement it at where we have our SLT customers there, those who take much of the loads. And it was so surprising. We have a lot of data at our end, and somebody has been able to turn this data around, written algorithm, build some microchips kind of thing that the person has been installing at these premises of customers who steal a lot, because that is his work. He said he's overwhelmed that when they even disconnect, they go back. They don't fear, and sometimes they don't care, just bribing you to have their way. So what the guy designed was costing just 1,000 cedis and was able to prove to management that if I'm charging you 1,000 cedis for this thing I have produced, and you are going to use it to arrest somebody that will bring you billions, it shouldn't cost much, because you are going to get a lot of money. You have a lot of industries. Look at the quantum of energy they are taking, and then they don't want to pay. So it is there, just that they have not labeled it quantum. But I know once you are able to build chips and is able to do excellent things like arresting illegalities, then quantum is being implemented in ECG now as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So there's Professor, you had a question, and then I think there are other hands up.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I think we've heard even today that people are important for any quantum science and technology movement that Ghana wants to follow. I believe that, as was said earlier, why is it that 4 years ago, the number of teachers teaching physics who were produced by the universities was 16? So you look at this, we don't have the people, So people are doing physics, but it's somebody else with another specialization who is teaching them the physics, because they don't have the real physics teachers. And this is a problem. And I think that if we want to have the people to move the system, we need to start from KG. KG is important. Let's build the system from there. So gradually, we will have people interested. And if the pedagogy changes, and it's more interesting and exciting to them, nobody will fear physics, nobody will fear mathematics, and a lot of people will come there. Let the people, all those who want to go to medicine, go. But there will be a lot of people who want to come and take advantage of quantum science and technology, which is going on to be better than the medicine. So I think that this is something that we need to take into consideration. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you so much. I think mine is on grantmanship. I think the speaker on your immediate left talked about grantmanship. And we know that to get the funding to be able to award the right scholarship to people to stay in the lab and work, we should have some funding for them, and we should attract some grants. Currently, to be able to attract good grants, you will have to work with the international partners. And we lose all the opportunity of PhD masters training to them. So we don't get the opportunity we want to train people locally. On the local front, how do we address this? Because either than that, we will have our conventional labs,
And nobody will build a lab to satisfy just what you want to do as a professor in your research interest. So how do you handle this? The second one is on technological off-takers. We have a lot of inventions. We come for innovations, people pitch, and at the end of the pitching, it ends there. If you find some foreigners there, they steal your idea before you say, Jack, it is out there somewhere. We have mentioned some of these things in your deliberation. How do we address some of these challenges so that at least we can see the transition or the correlation between the theory and the practice of it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before you answer the question, I just note that we are just about 7 or 6 minutes to lunch, so we'll just take one more round of questions and then we'll have them address them. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. So for me, I want to ask, why is it that we move so slowly in terms of adoption? Right now, for a number of years since we started talking about AI, the universities and tertiary education, they are busy paying for Turnitin to detect AI to punish students. But look at your phones, it's forcing you to use AI. Look at your laptop, look at everything. So why are we doing this? Can I say something very, very quickly? So what we should do, we are our own enemies. We are pushing quantum physics, we are pushing this, but the earlier things for the foundations, we haven't put them in place. What do we need to do? Detect the use of AI, even if it is 90%. But the issue is, let's change our assessment strategies. It's changing. So in terms of AI, for correct prompting, which we need to teach them, you give them a mark. For not prompting accurately, you train them on how to do correct prompts. We move to humanizing AI. We move on to cleaning, because you may want something contextualized to Ghana, but when you don't do proper prompts, it gives you everything. So those cleaning, so you have lines of awarding marks, which is industry's requirement that now, where will this graduate work? Who doesn't know the AI? COVID came, we did blended teaching and learning. Now we are going back to face-to-face. Blended teaching and learning does two things, so we should not stop it. Number one, we are using it as a vehicle to transfer knowledge and skills. But as we are doing that, the students are also being taught to be ICT savvy, to be AI savvy, because no industry will take you again. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, let's be proactive. The last one, relationships with lower level. You know, school systems are like inputs, processes, outputs. Go down. Somebody talked about preschool. Go there to KG or class 1 to 6. Start the relationship with them. Accra Technical University, whichever. Take them through career days. Take them through a relationship where you know by the time they finish, they are falling into physics. Role models is too much, but let me stop here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Professor Krista Fechi, maybe you might want to take his question on, there was a question on no, was that adoption, but the funding, grantsmanship, and then things like transfer of technologies earlier. So
Okay.
he was asking about how to get funding to get the research done, because no one's going to give you funding for just your research. So how do we sort of work on the funding issue, particularly in a local context, to get a lot of the research done? Was that your question? Yes, okay.
Yeah, so in terms of funding, it depends on the funding, the reason for the funding, or the reasons for which you think you need the funding, and the reasons for which you think somebody have to fund you. No one is having money going around just looking for anybody to just spend it. No. And if you are an industry or an organization I don't think you just allocate money for anybody who just want to spend it on anything, to just write a proposal and you give it out. No. So either they just want to support a cause, or they needed something that you are working on that they wanted an improvement, or they are finding it difficult to have a solution, and your research works within that space will give you that opportunity to solve the problems that they have. Then you can get a funding. Okay? We also have situations where there are general fundings just to support development of a new field within a particular community and also space. So you have to, if you are the researcher and you are seeking for the funding, you have to identify these reasons behind and see what you can do. And also, one thing I advise people within academia to do is that you have to develop the field, you have to develop the space, you have to demonstrate that you have the capability to move that field forward before somebody can look for you. Okay? Or you can also look for those that are looking for people like you that you can work with. Now, there is a reason why in academia they talk about, they value certain indexing places to the others. For example, well, we have Scopus, we have Clarivate Analytics. Even though we have other ones and people have their independent minds in terms of monetization of research based on open source and that, let's leave that one aside and focus on the indexing services, what they do. So some of these indexing organizations connect to industry. They've developed systems that can go through your papers, extract the critical knowledge that is in there that can fit an industry need. And based on that, either they use your paper for that work, or they contact you to see how they can use you to solve their problems. And because in some cases they can plug you out and move you to industry to work there for some time, maybe when the product and everything is okay, you can go back. In other cases, they can provide you funding and then give you the problem for you to solve. So if you want to be a top-notch or elite researcher that you can attract a lot of funding, then you, besides your area of identification, where you publish your research works and where they are indexed also counts a lot. And these are the reasons behind them. I know for a lot of people, they just think if you publish in this one, which is indexed is composite, that means you will be promoted and stuff like that. No. Besides, there is this, what I've said is the reason behind such databases. And they also make sure they do due diligence in the research processes so that they can really feed those information. And that is why most of them even are using artificial intelligence to detect plagiarism. Recently, we realized that there was a communication or retraction of a lot of scientific papers, especially even in Ghana, where some people had their papers retracted because they have framed some of the data sets and all those kind of things. So if you're able to publish at these sources as an academic person, then funding won't be a problem for you. And also based on how you do your works, you can also apply for funding in order to develop those programs and increase those bases in the development based on the need for that, and you can get that funding, and then you can get partnership in terms of your students having to go to those institutions to do internship and stuff like that. And one other thing, sometimes people are like, oh, when we train the people, they go and then they don't come back. Sometimes they take them away from us. It's not, you don't have to focus much on that. You have to ask yourself this question that, what will make someone stay to continue working on that? And then as a department, you have to create an environment that can retain the researchers that will continue to produce the people you need, at the same time sustaining the quality of researchers that have to stay to grow that field. And you can get funding and other things to support both the growth and also stuff like that. Because if a company keep on picking your students, then you have to be happy. What it means is that you can approach that company to fund you to produce more. So you have to see how best you can make good use of some of this. Because when I was in Canada for a particular conference, they arranged a meeting between me and one of the godfathers of those who founded Google, based on what I presented on and what we were doing and stuff like that. And I've learned a lot in terms of how, even in terms of quantum computing, Waterloo University, the development within that space, how they were able to maintain their center whilst they partner with other tech industries in order to still continue to dominate that space. In terms of work, even standard development, you see those universities there as well as the industry. So for the research side, you need to focus on these aspects and then work with it. Then maybe if I can quickly touch on the physics and then the education. Now, maybe my story is a little bit different from what you are saying, because I did physics at my undergraduate, my bachelor's was in physics. And I didn't do physics because maybe I wanted to do physics as physics, but I did physics because I wasn't sure in terms of what I would do next. And the only thing that I can do, that I can move from there to any other space, was physics. I don't know whether you understand what I mean. What I mean is that at that point, I have that understanding that if I completed my physics, I can branch into any other field without any problem. So when I was confused, that's why I branched into physics. Not because it's difficult, because I want to wait a little bit and study things around me. I don't know whether you get it. So it depends on how the teachers within the institution present the physics to the students. I think Ghana, in terms of teaching of physics at the SHS level, we don't have that much problem in terms of brain drain, because most of the physicists we produce, or the BSc physics we produce at the university level, ended up being in teaching in the second cycle institutions. Unlike other fields where the best students go to the industry and other places to chase money, and the worst ones go back to the classroom. You can see that sharp, whatever difference. So our physics teachers at the high school level were the one that even motivated us based on how they explain and teach the physics to us. And on this journey of mine, when I was also in the University of Cape Coast, with that understanding and how those who taught me at SHS in terms of the physics, 2 physics teachers, no, I think 3. One was more into electronics. The other one was into, has to do with motions and other things. The other one also have to specialize in different fields. So in terms of electricity and stuff like that. So by harnessing this expertise and the experiences of these teachers, when I moved to the university, in terms of the way they also approach the physics, that was University of Cape Coast. They approach the physics to works and stuff like that. There was one unique thing that I found. Even though the University of Cape Coast teaches general physics compared to other universities in Ghana that maybe at the end they are medical physics and all those kind of things. One unique thing that I've understood and that I've learned from the structure of the University of Cape Coast physics is that they focus more on, even at the ending part, in terms of the projects that you do. And the works of the faculty that teaches us becomes a motivation that drives us to do things. So we look at the works that they are doing, what they tell us about them with their expertise, driving us to do so many things. So in the University of Cape Coast, I specialized in computational physics, even though there is no computational physics there. When you ask all my colleagues, I think I have one also here, they will tell you that when it comes to computing and programming and solving problems in physics with those equations, I can break down the physics equations, solve them, and based on, I use numbers to understand the physics equation. That is the simulation. So I write, and I was using Fortran 77. Maybe some of you might thought I was using any advanced. No, I was very good at Fortran and other programming languages. So I try to simulate, the equations, and then use it to understand them and build that. And my performance within the computing field is not surprise to all my colleagues. And at the same time, if you pick any colleague of mine in my physics class, their success in their field is not also surprise to us because we know where each other is good at. And I think our batch, based on how I observed, more than half of our colleagues are PhD holders, right? You. More than half, I think, yeah. More than half of our class are PhD holders, which shows that when you communicate with even those that are very successful within the spaces of physics and ask them how they were able to make it and understand and move their way through, you can use those lessons learned to rebuild the younger generations that are coming. Because I always tell people, for example, in some of our university settings, they said there are those who can teach and those who can research. I've met that in a lot of institutions, which is totally wrong. Why am I saying this? You cannot tell me that the person who has come out with a theory, you who have learned that theory can teach it better than the one who came out with it. So, in a sense, those that are doing most of the research work and are more successful in the field can guide the young ones in terms of where they can easily step in order to build from where they have reached and then continue. Then we can have a sustainable strength in our physics curriculum development and in terms of human resource and human capacity. Thank you.
We really run. We've run way over time, and we are standing between our participants and lunch, and that's a very dangerous place to be. Shall we thank our panelists very much? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sure the discussions will continue at lunch, so please grab them and continue discussing with them. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Ralph, and thank you, our panelists. I believe that Ghana is blessed. This is the reason why the discussions on the agenda for Ghana is here. The industry, academia, policy, they are here. What do we have to do? Now we have been provoked. It is not a basket case. There is hope. And by extension, Africa, we are here. What do we do next? Let's go for lunch. Let's keep the fire burning. Let's keep the conversations going. And we will come back to come and listen to another insightful story. Please don't miss the next session because you will learn what Professor Christ is saying. One person's contribution to a whole nation's GDP is, I think, bigger than Ghana's contribution to its own research. So let's go and come back. On that note, we break for lunch. Please, our heads of institutions are VVIPs. We will take the left, and then all others, we will go upstairs. Thank you. And we are coming back exactly 1. Please, this is an online one. So the presenter is already waiting for us. Let's do it quickly and come back.
Long time, long. Yeah.
All right, well, welcome to the afternoon session. Thanks for coming back from lunch. Okay, so I want to introduce Cather Simpson. She's a New Zealand-American physics and chemistry academic and entrepreneur. I'll keep that in mind. She's currently a professor at the University of Auckland, which is the joint appointment between the physics and chemistry departments. We heard a little bit about where's chemistry, where's physics coming in, and quantum. She's the founder of the Photon Factory Laser Lab at the University of Auckland and co-founder of 3 photonic startup companies. And she's going to talk, I think, a little bit about at least one of them. And she sits on the board of Fisher & Paykel Healthcare, New Zealand, as New Zealand's largest technology company, as well as on the Dodd Walls Center for Photonic and Quantum Technologies, which we just heard about. She's a vice president of SPIE, the International Society for Optics and Photonics, and has a strong focus on teaching, mentoring, and public outreach, and is an outspoken advocate for issues of gender equality and ethics in science. She has also taken a strong interest in the role of universities in sparking innovation and economic benefit, with a particular focus on using light-based technologies to make agriculture more efficient and sustainable. So all the things we've been talking about. And her talk title is, What Do Agriculture and Quantum Technologies Have in Common? So I think we're gonna play her video, and then she's online. She'll answer questions for us. So please go ahead and start the video.
Hi, my name's Cather Simpson, and I'm at the University of Auckland and also CEO of a startup company called Orbis Diagnostics. I'm here to talk to you today about what agriculture and quantum technologies have in common. Now, that's a kind of weird title, which I realized when I sat down to write the talk. I hadn't really meant to talk about that. I had sort of meant to talk about how quantum technologies can help with agriculture, how it can be used. I've sort of asked the question, you know, what do a fish and a piano have in common? But let's explore it a little bit. So what does Google say? Well, Google says that agriculture and quantum technologies actually do have a lot in common. So both are focused on optimizing resource utilization, enhancing efficiency. And when you think about quantum technologies and agriculture, you can kind of immediately, when you're thinking about it in that frame of mind, you can think about improving crop yields, resource management, supply chain logistics. You can also think about optimizing agriculture to help remediate climate or to even help model the climate change. And then you can think about doing genetic research. So there's quite a lot actually that the two of these have in common. If you then continue, so we'll continue on this kind of AI Google pathway, let's look at what the world thinks about quantum technologies and agriculture. And it thinks things like this, right? So you're going to revolutionize precision agriculture with quantum technology and GPS. That looks really futuristic, doesn't it? I highly recommend Pharmanaut if you're interested in this topic at all. They have some really out there images, but they also do quite a lot about writing articles and things. Here's another one. This is from another source. This is Seed Today. And here we're developing quantum computing as a strategic factor for agriculture in Brazil. So that one actually looks a little bit threatening, like you're going to shoot DNA into the ground with some massive machine. But that's a picture of a quantum computer. A few others: cultivating innovation, quantum technologies in agriculture, quantum computing in Indian agriculture, a leap towards hyper-efficient farming with a nice big exclamation point. These are all very futuristic ideas. The images that you're getting are about tomorrow, and they're about, you know, people with iPads and screens and plants in the background. And that's all fantastic. But it looks very much like, you know, quantum computing is quantum technologies, and that's in the future. But we're people in the world who grow food today, and agriculture is very, very much needs improving today. So let's take a step back a little bit and look at quantum technologies in general and how quantum computing fits into that, and how agriculture then can benefit from the types of things that quantum ideas, that the translation of quantum ideas into practical use can bring to agriculture. So actually, quantum technology is a whole lot more than just quantum computing. Quantum technology is also today. People have been using quantum technology for a very long time. In fact, a lot of things that people were doing in the 1700s, even in ancient times, were quantum phenomena. They just didn't know it. So I'm going to highlight a couple of areas in my talk today. I am going to talk a little bit about quantum computing in agriculture with a very kind of practical set of experiments or research project. And then I'm going to talk a lot about the middle one, more about sensing and imaging. So sensing and imaging is just kind of a fancy way to talk about spectroscopy. There are quantum sensing methods, but anybody who's measured a spectrum of a material has made a quantum measurement. Both the light is quantized and the transitions that are in the things that you're measuring are quantized. Imaging the same way. Everything in an image, especially if you're talking about a digital image where you now have pixels, that itself is quantization, both on the creating the image and detecting the image side of things. And of course, we all use GPS today, and that's based on quantum clocks. So there's a lot of research going on in quantum clocks and how that kind of technology can be used to give you more precision around your farming. I'm actually not going to talk very much about quantum clocks at all today. I'm mostly going to talk about the quantum sensing and imaging, a little bit about quantum computing. And then I'm going to talk about that little bitty 3-letter word, which is the et cetera part, because quantum can be used for a lot of interesting things that don't really fall neatly into all of these boxes. Oh, I should make my screen full screen. Let's do that. Okay. Ooh, I hope my face isn't blocking. Maybe I'll block my face off for the next several slides. One of the areas that is being researched in places like Australia and many other places, but the example I'm going to use is in Australia, is quantum computing for agriculture, for the biosciences. So QBIC is the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence in Quantum Biotechnology. And Warwick Bowen is the director, Helena Rubinstein Dunlop is the deputy director, and they're doing all sorts of exciting things in the quantum space. I'm just going to highlight one project in that space right now. One of those projects is about fertilizer. So fertilizer is made by something called the Haber-Bosch process. $100 billion go into making fertilizer every year. It is an essential component of current agriculture all around the world. But it's also very dirty, it's very expensive, it uses a lot of energy to manufacture, and it generates a lot of global methane. Use of fertilizer also degrades the environment if you overuse it, and it kind of throws agricultural systems out of whack if you're not paying enough attention. And so when governments try to ban fertilizer, you can see there is a problem in Sri Lanka when the government banned certain types of fertilizer. It really causes problems because we've come to rely on high quality fertilizers for our food productivity. One of the things they're doing at QBIC is using quantum computing to design more effective fertilizers. So how can we understand when we put fertilizer on a crop to make it grow more effectively, to make it grow faster, or effectively we're adding nitrogen or phosphorus and phosphorus and other things into the system. That's being taken up by the roots, which you can see on the far right here. But that whole process, how all of that works, is understood in a fair amount of detail now. And what we can do is apply the unique aspects of quantum computing to try to design the features of that system better so that we no longer have to rely on nitrogen fertilizers produced in the Haber-Bosch process. So this is a really interesting application. It is a future application of quantum technologies. They're doing research on that and on many, many other things at QBIC. And if anybody is interested, I highly recommend that you go to QBIC's website or search up Helena Rubinstein Dunlop. She's got a very unique name. Email her, and I'm sure she'd be happy to talk to you in more detail about what QBIC and Australia in general is doing in the quantum space. They're doing quite a lot. The second area I want to talk about focuses more on what's going on in New Zealand. I'm just highlighting, as I said, this happens all over the world. I'm just highlighting some of the things that are going on in New Zealand's research space at what's called the Tafai Au Dodwall Center for Photonic and Quantum Technologies. Frederic van Holsbeek is the director. David Hutchinson and Keith Gordon are both in the center. David runs what is called Aotearoa's Quantum Technologies, or Quantum Technology Aotearoa, and Keith Gordon is the guy who runs a lot of our industry-facing projects. He's the Deputy Director Industry, and so he sort of oversees all of those. Now, a lot of what I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes is looking at quantum sensing and imaging. And so that is basically the idea of using the quantum properties of light and the quantum properties of matter. You interact them with one another and you get information and wisdom out of that that allows you to do other things. So to be clear, the Dodwall Center does a lot of research in quantum technologies and, of course, photonic technologies as well. And that research underpins, so they're doing things in the quantum computing space, they're doing things in the quantum clock space, so not just quantum sensing. That's actually really important for most research centers that are in this space trying to do applications, including Cubic. Because what you want to be able to do is build the expertise in your team to then grow up what you need to be able to apply the research outward. And so I want to make it really clear that both of these centers and most centers that are doing quantum technology development also do a lot of really fundamental research across all facets of quantum science. But one example I want to highlight from the Dodwall Center is the intelligent processing of fish biomass. So it turns out that new sustainable technologies can be developed by improving the use of byproducts and bycatch using quantum sensing. So the picture in the middle is actually a quantum sensor for fish waste or fish byproducts in general. So you catch your harvest, you process the fish, and there's a lot of really useful stuff that is left over that people don't eat as a fish and chips. So there's a lot of large proteins that are biomedical scaffolds, omega-3s, anti-aging peptides, things like collagens, enzyme polymers, and so on. And what the Dodwall Center is working with the marine industry, the marine harvesting industry, to develop laser spectroscopic methods that detect the composition of marine products in real time in various stages of the processing to guide that smart extraction. So that's just one of the projects that's going on in the Dodwall Center in the quantum sensing space. Another project is one that actually came out of my lab. I'm part of the Dodwall Center, but I run or used to run a laboratory called the Photon Factory. And this one relies on the fact that milk is a complex fluid. So it has over 10,000 components in it, and being able to understand and guide and direct what components show up in milk based on the cow's genetics, but also on what they eat, can really guide a farmer in increasing the productivity of his or her herd using quantum technologies. So one of the projects that we worked on in my lab was led by Dr. Michelle Nieuwoud, was to work with milk export or importers, exporters, the milk industry essentially, to use spectroscopy, detailed compositional spectroscopy, to evaluate milk composition. And what that allows you to do is dig down and understand, in this case, what cows are eating. So you're seeing a bunch of cattle being that are eating palm kernel. Oh, goodness, those four-letter words. That are eating palm kernel as a supplement to their normal feed. This is not good for the environment, the places where palm kernel was grown. And it's also not, it's not great if you're advertising that your dairy farm is pasture-based. That being said, it's really important to supplement cows' feed so that they're healthy and they're productive. So there's a balance here. So one of the things that Fonterra has introduced is using this kind of technology, this spectroscopy, to analyze milk. And one of the things that they grade farmers on now is a particular compound that shows up in the milk and can be picked out if you're using this kind of quantum sensitive spectroscopy. You know, it's picking out the quantum behavior of one of these molecules. And by that, I just mean everybody in the audience probably knows that an absorption spectrum comes from quantum mechanics. An infrared spectrum or a Raman spectrum comes from the quantum behavior of the molecule and the interaction of that molecule with light. And so that kind of spectroscopy can identify the use of this palm kernel supplement, looking for particular components in the milk. So that's just another example of how quantum sensing is being used today to improve productivity, but also improve performance. Now, the lab that I ran was called the Photon Factory. I started that in the University of Auckland in New Zealand, and it was designed to use exotic laser pulses for fundamental discovery, but also to help high-tech industry. And very early on, we began working with the Ministry of Primary Industries and with the primary industry environment within New Zealand and beyond. So we've done quite a number of projects here that I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about. What I'm really going to focus on are a couple of the weirder ones. So I said that when people think about quantum technologies, they think about quantum computing. That's the one that you've got all the futuristic sensors, the futuristic images of. You've got quantum sensing and imaging. That can be everything from spectroscopy to much, much more exotic types of sensing and imaging. Most of what I talked about today was some very clever, high quality spectroscopy. And then there's the quantum clocks and GPS, which we all use, and I think we all know that the quantum technology is needed. That has its applications in agriculture, mostly through precision farming. I am now going to focus on that et cetera piece. So the first et cetera I'm going to focus on is a project that we did in the Photon Factory starting around 2011, which was about sorting sperm by sex for the dairy industry. So most dairy cattle are inseminated artificially. That's done through straws of semen that's been collected. And what you're actually doing is trying to develop genetic gain within your dairy herd so that you can make your herd more productive. So there's a lot of, I've occasionally made jokes about how sperm cells themselves are quantized. So you're actually measuring the X, whether a sperm cell is bearing an X chromosome or a Y chromosome, and their individual particles, you're measuring them one at a time. So in some sense, you're doing a quantum measurement. But the measurement and sorting of these cells actually happens through the employment of a lot of quantum ideas. So anything from measuring the spectrum of the DNA content of the sperm cell to using the interaction between light and matter to communicate a force to that sperm cell. So you're looking on the right at a picture of, it's an older picture of the lab on a chip implementation of sperm sorting in our laboratory. Why would you want to do this? Well, if you look on a plot, this is a plot of 2027, the projection towards 2027 of whether you will have more cows or higher productivity per cow. And you can see for India, which has the largest herd right now, India is projected by 2027 to have grown its footprint of cattle, dairy cattle and beef cattle. China is expected to have shrunk its footprint, but increase the productivity. So you can think of these axes as milk per cow and number of cows. And if you're able to sort semen by sex, then you can take your high-producing female, your cows, breed them against high-quality dairy bulls, and essentially shift your dairy herd's productivity in this direction up towards the upper left, which is what you really want to do. The world needs to have fewer cows making more milk. So milk is an awesome food source, but it's also really difficult on the environment. It's quite challenging. And so you'd love for your cows to be more productive. So that would allow us to reduce the size of our herds while still growing the production of milk. That would be a win. So that's why you do this. We spun out a company. And that company won a bunch of awards. And then in 2018, it was acquired by an animal genetics firm. It's still going strong. And up here, I'm showing you a little bit of the data that we acquire when we're separating these types of cells one from another. So this uses microfluidics, and it uses a lot of light matter interactions, quantum interactions, to look at X-bearing cells versus Y-bearing cells. So the difference in the fluorescence intensity of these two cells once they've been stained for DNA content is very small, but it is measurable. And by using some clever physics, we can separate the two and then collect only these ones, put those in the straws, and then dairy farmers can improve the quality of their herd. The second etc. project I'm going to talk about is one that's very globally important, and that is the collapse of honeybee hives. So honeybees are incredibly important crop pollinators, and you can see just from this snapshot from 1946 to 2006 that there has been a massive decline in the number of honeybee hives around the world, and one of the main causes for this hive collapse is a parasite called varroa mite. You can see one right here on the back of a honeybee. These varroa mites latch onto honeybees outside the hive. They come into the hive when the honeybees go back in, and then they get into the larva, and they basically suck all the fat out and kill the larva and kill the hive. The hive collapses. And this is a crisis. So, newspapers and articles are written about this. And we decided we wanted to do something about that. So this is relatively new technology. We're still in the early prototype stage, but what we have done is use the fact that the honeybee and the varroa mite have very different quantum signatures. They're quite different quantized signatures. So, and that's again a spectroscopic measurement. And then we use the fact that they're going to interact with light in very, very different ways. So this project is about using lasers to eradicate varroa mites at the beehive, and then without using miticides or pesticides, which is the only way to cure a hive or save a hive at the moment. This would allow beekeepers to keep their hives healthy without damaging the environment or getting chemicals into their honey and things. So this is a very promising project. It's at very early stages. It's definitely in that etc. space. This is not a quantum computing project, although I have to say it does use artificial intelligence and quite a lot of clever visualization and tracking in order to be able to do what it does. So I think, I hope anyway, that what I've told you in this short little talk is that quantum technology has a very bright future for advancing technology. So quantum computing, quantum sensing and imaging, and all of the other quantum clocks and GPS, et cetera, is definitely driving us towards a higher productivity, lower impact agriculture sector, which is fantastic. But the question is, why do we care? Is this just, high-tech physicists who are, solving the Schrödinger equation, sitting around going, hey, how could we apply this to technology? Or is there something deeper here? Well, I think I'm talking to the, speaking to the choir here, preaching to the choir, when I say that there is definitely a need for advancing agriculture. We need new technologies to help drive agriculture forward. So the world population growth, of course, it's slowing down, but that doesn't mean that it's not growing. The rate has changed, the annual growth rate is changing, but the population itself is going up. So we're looking at slowing down the rate at which we're increasing, but we're still talking about, 11 billion people by 2100. And every one of those people is someone who wants to eat food, right? So, we have to be able, if we're going to grow at this rate, we have to be able to feed those people. And we have a bit of a crisis in agriculture. There is not enough land to feed the future. And of the land that we have, a lot of it is degraded due to agriculture, intensive agriculture, the use of those fertilizers that I talked about, the overgrowing and the stripping of nutrients out of the ground. And so we have to do something in this space. And so I think quantum technologies provide a very powerful, very exciting pathway that might allow us to make a step change in the way that we produce our food in terms of its, the amount of food per hectare of land, but also in the impact that we have on that land and our ability to feed the world sustainably. Now, a final thought. So Quantum technologies are being developed in many of the wealthier parts of the world. It's an expensive type of science. I just showed you some examples of New Zealand and Australia, and there's tons going on in Europe, there's tons going on in the USA. All over the world, people are developing quantum technologies. However, we will not realize the benefits of quantum technologies fully unless we have a more globally diverse, equitable, and inclusive approach, both to developing the quantum technologies and to deploying them. And so I think this is a really important final thought that I would like to leave you with. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much, Gaither. And thanks for getting up so early in the morning. I'm going to open it up for questions. But before I get the first question, I think you're there with Joe Shaw. And I remember Joe telling me that the honeybee, speaking about your honeybees, that honeybees were also very useful for discovering unexploded landmines. And the way you do that is you feed them a little bit of the explosive in their food, and then they go out looking for more. And they use LIDAR, which I think at least they use as a laser. and you find the bees and you find the landmines. Anyway, that's another thing. There's lots of things if you have a creative approach, I think. And what you said about the just growing your research team, I think resonates very well here. So, questions? Okay, I got one right here.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Prof. Simpson, for the wonderful presentation. And I personally loved your concluding remarks on a globally inclusive, equitable, sustainable approach to that. I'm curious to find out, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I did realize that your approach to applying quantum technologies in agriculture is via photonics, for the sensing, quantum sensing, right? Great. So I was curious to know why you would prefer photonics for your sensing-based approach and not, for instance, the superconducting approach that is existing. Why so? And if maybe there are any major advantages to that, how can you encourage us as Africans or here as Ghana to participate? And how can we carry out simple projects using this sensing-based approach to also model some of these advantages in our context? Thank you very much.
A great question, thank you. And I'll start by apologizing. My computer crashed in the middle of all of that, so it was a good thing we did it by video. So I'm actually on a different computer than the one that I started with. So I missed a little bit there. Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's a very challenging thing to do, to make quantum technologies, particularly the development of quantum technologies, equitable and inclusive, because at the moment we're at the front end of the development of that technology, and so a lot of the exploration and even the early implementation is quite expensive. So, you know, I sat on the advisory board of the Robinson Institute here in New Zealand, which is a high temperature superconducting institute, looking at the types of sensing that you're talking about, also developing new types of engine technology that is a lot cleaner than the combustion engine for things like flight and so on, and space travel. And so I think the best way at the moment for Africa to participate, and by that I mean the continent. So I'm not, you know, of course there are massively successful research programs in Africa. So I'm not talking about the places where you've got like a university or a center and you've got all of the resources to do the research yourselves. But I'm talking about just the continent in general. How do we get more participation? Is to actually go to those places and participate in the research in those places and bring that technology back. Now, photonics, which is sometimes we, like I said in my talk, we think about quantum and photonics as almost separate, distinct things. Actually, photonics is a type of quantum technology. It exploits quantum technology all over the place. I like photonics myself for many applications. It's my area of expertise, but I also really like it because it's already relatively easy to use. You can build a really nice high quality sensor with parts that you can get from, a hardware store or supermarket or Amazon. And so a lot of the things that we do ourselves to try to solve these problems, there's almost always a price point that we're trying to stay underneath. Beekeepers are not going to spend $50,000 per hive for a very sophisticated solution to the varroa mite problem, for example. And so we're often looking for things that, by their very nature, are relatively easy to democratize or decentralize. I'm not sure if that answered your question very well. It's a great question, and it's a really big challenge.
Thank you very much. And please, can you recommend a learning path for anyone, maybe in high school, in tertiary, to get them into this field of application as well?
So many of the centers of research excellence around the world have, they're often funded through education rather than through research, or through some combination of education and research initiatives in countries. And they almost all have diversity as part of their metrics for success. So I would encourage you to reach out to someone like Helena Rubinstein Dunlop, whose picture was on the screen for the Australian Center, or Frederic van Holsbeek in the Dodd Wall Center, or me. If you reach out to me, I'll connect you with the right people. And be a bit entrepreneurial when you're thinking about where you might like to go. And so, if you reach out and you say things like, I attended a seminar in Ghana, I got very interested in quantum technologies, I would love to have some opportunity to explore that, or I have skills, I have a degree, so you want to use a little bit at the front that talks about and is tailored to their center, then you're much more likely to get a response. And if you come through somebody you know, like Joe or me or some of your colleagues there, so that they can give you a kind of introduction, you're also more likely to get a response. But we almost always have these sorts of metrics where we report on our ability to bring in students from underrepresented groups.
Okay, here's another question.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful talk. You've talked about milk. So milk is a very complex mixture. So is there a particular marker that you're looking for in milk? And do you specifically look at some kind of spectroscopy, for example, Raman spectroscopy for milk? And the second question is that one of the biggest crises that humanity faces these days is, not to speak of access to food and water, but the quality of water itself. So would some of these ideas also extrapolate to ascertaining water quality?
That's a terrific question, thank you. So I'll answer the first one first. We tend to solve problems using whatever technology looks best for solving the problem. And with one caveat that my own expertise and the expertise of most of the people in my group is light matter interactions. So we tend all of the, I've started 3, almost 4 companies now, and every single one of them hinges on the knowledge of light matter interactions. So that's why many of our solutions are in that photonic space. For milk, you're right, milk is a very complex fluid, over 10,000 components. There are a couple of ways to do this, and we do this actually for melanoma as well. You can use, this is one of those places where artificial intelligence, machine learning works extremely well. So you get a very, very complex mixture of peaks in your vibrational spectrum, whether that's Raman or infrared. We tend to use Raman because milk is filled with water, and so we don't want to see all of that complication. And you can do pattern recognition to identify adulterants. So we've done projects with milk, particularly, I don't know if you remember when there was a scare about additives, melamine being added to milk because it boosts it boosts what looks like your protein content, which is what many farmers get paid on. So people were adding melamine to milk and it was killing children. So, we've worked on projects where you identify melamine because, using that kind of pattern recognition. Then once you identify which peaks show up in your machine learning, you can go back and say, that's a melamine peak, or that's in this case, we're looking at a certain, for the PKA project, it's a certain type of fatty acid. So it's got a certain chain length. But we didn't start out looking for that. We started out by collecting a whole bunch of data, doing an analysis, and then looking at what came out of that analysis. And so that's how that many of those projects go. Sometimes you never get to where you know what's causing the pattern. So, for example, we have a startup company that's using very similar technology to diagnose skin diseases. So, New Zealand is the melanoma capital of the world, but there are lots and lots of skin diseases and skin aging and all sorts of things that you can measure using things like Raman spectroscopy. And then a lot of that is simply doing the machine learning that gives you the pattern recognition to correlate what you're seeing in these very complicated spectra. Eventually, you go back and you identify what the components are, but in the first instance, what you really care about is whether that mole needs to come out or not. And so you can do that in multiple ways. And now I've forgotten what your second question was. I talked too long.
It was about water quality.
Oh, water quality. Yes. So when I was an assistant professor at Case Western Reserve University in the U.S., I heard the guy who got the Nobel Prize for the buckyball, I heard him give a talk. And it was a fantastic and inspiring talk. And he put up the 10 biggest problems that are facing the world. And they were things like water quality, food, access to food. There was a lot about politics and other disease, so there were 10 of these. And you're absolutely right. Water quality is water quality and access to high quality or quality water is a really important problem. He inspired us to work the way that we do, which is to identify a problem first and then collect the team around it that you need to solve it. So you come up, if we were going to do water quality, yes, almost all of the things that we've talked about can be used for water quality. So we did have a project for a while looking at that. The postdoc who was running that project has since left. There he was trying to evaluate wastewater at the end of its stream to make sure that it was healthy again. There are many, many solutions. We have a very simple type of project that it goes out on Marae here in New Zealand, and it works with iwi, so the Maori community, our indigenous population, who have a way to think about water that's a little bit differently than we do. So you think about water as it cleans itself and it goes up and down according to the tides and so on. So that project links that kind of indigenous knowledge with some interesting chemistry to look at things like fertilizers runoff in waterways, which is a big problem in a place like New Zealand where the primary industry is dairy farming is such a big part of our economy. So yes, you can apply these things. You can do it very simply and you can do it in very, very complicated ways as well.
All right. Thanks, Kayla. So, by the way, thank you for connecting photonics and quantum, even though it's perhaps is obvious. But Ghana was also very instrumental in getting the International Year of Light 10 years ago. And then we were talking about the enabling, photonics being an enabling technology throughout the world, but also looking forward to a century of photonics. And it's nice to understand that we're really not talking about completely separate things here when we're celebrating quantum. We're just adding in maybe some quantum information and a few things like that. So anyway, but a wonderful talk, and really wonderful, and you really hit a lot of points. And so I'd like to, you got one, okay, I got one question. Sorry, they won't let you go.
All right,
okay,
so
please.
Thank you very much. So I am not a science biased person, so forgive me if my question is a bit off. Now, I didn't hear you talk about the application in crop production. You did talk about it in animal production, that is to increase the milk yield from the cattle. Well, now, whole technical university where I work, our robotics team designed this robot that is able to scan the soil to be able to gather data from the soil. We have the prototype on display here. Now, how can we apply this technology in this kind of robots that collects data from the soil? It's able to tell you the nutrient combination, it's able to tell you the moisture content of the soil, gives you the data, and then you are able to tell the kind of crop you can do on that land that will give you the best yield possible. So how can we apply this technology in such robot to ensure that, Ghana, we are maximizing the land space that we have? Thank you.
That's a great question. Yeah. So a lot of the technologies that I talked about are employed in sensing systems similar to what you're describing with the robotics. In fact, I was talking to a company here that is using those sorts of robots in wineries. So they're using those robots to drive down the rows of the wineries and assess the quality of the growth of the product rather than the quality of the soil. We've worked on projects at the early stages about looking at pasture quality. So rather than soil quality, which I find, if I were to think about developing a project using this kind of quantum and photonics for soil, I would have to learn a lot about how soil, what the markers are in soil. I'm a lot more comfortable thinking about what the nutrient content of the pasture is, of what's growing on the soil, right? But you can certainly use those types of methods for that. Now, I'm not sure if there are people in the room, but I know SPIE, our current president, Peter de Groot, has been working with a group in Ghana to set up a photonic center. So you do have that growing group. If you're in the room, I wish you all the best. It's an exciting time, and if you're not, then maybe some of you guys could find out who they are and look them up. Again, if you flick me an email, then I can send you the contact information if you don't know who those folks are. But yeah, I think that's a great idea. That's a great project, and anything that you can do that moves farming away from being a manual endeavor where you're out, like my grandfather was, digging in the ground to plant things, into something where you've got technology, and importantly, you've got the kind of technology that attracts our young people, that will benefit farming as well. Because one of the other problems that we don't talk about as often is that farming struggles now, the family farms, it's really hard to pass it on to the next generation. There are fewer and fewer people who want to go into farming. And so, I've talked to some people in the innovation space who think about, if you can do farming from an iPad screen, you're a lot more likely to attract a 16 or 17-year-old into farming than if you hand them a hoe. And so, all of that is a really positive thing, I think.
Okay, thank you. In fact, I just saw a demonstration out in the hallway on doing farming with an iPad. So let's thank you again, Keither, for a really wonderful talk, and thank you for taking the time to actually share your experience and knowledge with us. Really, thank you. And let's thank Keither again.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Our pleasure. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Joe. I think it's been insightful discussions so far, and the room is picking up again because